Chapter 2995 United to fight the God Temple. Fox Queen looked sincere as she said, Mr. Extreme Kings by Wuxiang has been chasing me nonstop. I cannot beat him. He will kill me sooner or later, and I will be unable to serve you. Han Sen thought, Damn you, Fox Queen. You are a servant, yet you are still a conniving conspirator. You want to use me to get rid of Bai Wuxiang for you. Han Sen's heart jumped. Suddenly, the God of Wealth mark on Fox Queen's forehead flashed. Fox Queen immediately held her head. With her will, she was unable to withstand the pain. She started rolling across the floor. In a moment, her face looked terribly pale. Her green veins were on display. Her eyes were sticking out of their sockets. It was terrible. It looked as if she was going blow up at any moment. Mr. Mercy. Fox Queen was begging. Han Sen turned the God of Wealth mark off. He looked at Fox Queen and said, You are my servant. You listen to whatever I say. You speak only when you are spoken to. Mister, I know that I was wrong. Fox Queen quickly straightened herself up and bowed. In her heart, she was thinking, Old fart, do not think you can control me forever. If I hadn't discovered a way to break this, I would not have allowed you to take control of me for a time. Olio Han Sen took out something for Fox Queen. This is my token. Seeing this is like you are seeing me. If someone else uses the same token to find you, you must listen to that person. Otherwise you are aware of the consequences, right? Yes, mister. Fox Queen politely bowed and put away the token. After Fox Queen left, Han Sen thought, the Fox have attractive people all over the universe. Their intel is at the best level. If I can get the help of the Fox, that means I have eyes all over the place. But this Fox Queen was Ghostbone General's wife. She must know a lot of secrets about sacred and the god spirits. This time, she is willing to obey me, but perhaps she has more sinister and ulterior motives. I should be careful whenever I have dealings with her. After Fox Queen left, Han Sen noticed Sky God Crown's benefit. Fox Queen had the mark of the God of Wealth. Han Sen felt wherever she was in the universe. He could control the God of Wealth's mark whenever he wished. If he wanted her to live, she lived. If he wanted her to die, she would die. When Han Sen took off the Sky God Crown, he no longer felt anything. Only the 300 lifespans were a part of Han Sen's body. My God Spirit seat only comes from the Sky God Crown. I am not really a God Spirit. That makes sense. Han Sen did not think this was a shame. He never planned on being a god anyway. Having a big boost to his lifespan was already a surprise. In the Extreme King's little garden palace, a xenogenic mode Han Sen walked in. Bai King was brewing tea as he coldly asked, Dollar, how was your trip? It was successful, Han Sen said. I convinced Han Sen to join our cooperative efforts, but he has a condition. What condition might that be? Bai King did not raise his head. It seemed as if he knew that was going to happen. We have to give him the treasure that can save Golden Growler, Han Sen said. He will be the one who saves Golden Growler. Fine, but I will only give it to him when we are outside the God Temple on that day, Bai King said with a nod. That should be fine. Han Sen looked at Bai King's black gem ring. He went on to ask, Mister, can I look at the ring again? Why? Is there a problem? Bai King asked. He took off the ring and threw it at Han. Senator Han Sen accepted the ring. He looked at it and gave it back to Bai King. Do you really use this ring to test the holy body Geno fluid? Bai King looked at Han Sen and asked, Why would you say that? Han Sen looked at Bai King as he said, Believe it or not, I can tell you honestly that I never used the holy body Geno fluid. Yet this ring reacts to me. I am afraid there might be another reason for that. Can you help me clarify my confusion? Bai King suddenly frowned and asked, Do you think I am lying to you? If you really do not know anything, I am afraid this entire thing was incorrect from the beginning. Han Sen sighed and said, It's fine. We will find out the truth. I still have things to do. I am going to leave. After that, Han Sen flashed away. After he left the Baisima, he used galaxy teleportation to leave. Bai King watched Han Sen depart. He spoke to himself with an expression that kept changing. Is there really a problem with this ring? Or, is Dollar involved in some sort of conspiracy? After Han Sen returned to Space Garden, He discovered that the house had another Han senator. The Han son in the house looked at the Han son that came in and asked, "How is it?" Pang. The Han son that walked in was some smoke. It looked like Bauer. She laughed and said, "This ring reacts to me." "That is good." Hansen nodded. Although he had guessed this result, he did not feel safe if he had not tested it. Bai King had seen Hansen before, but he did not show anything toward Han Senator. When Hansen used his xenogenic battle body to meet with Bai King started to act all strange toward him. Hansen guessed that the ring only reacted to Hansen when he was in xenogenic mode. It did not work on normal mode. Han Senator Hansen did not know the xenogenic battle mode Bauer simulated made the ring react, which was why he wanted Bauer to try it out for him. If there was no reaction, Bai King would not give the ring to Bauer. She would then be able to disguise herself as an assassin and do something to Bai King. If Bai King grew suspicious, he would have no proof and could not do anything to Han Senator. He had now proved that the ring only reacted to xenogenic battle body. This enabled Hansen to guess about a lot more. Xenogenic battle body mode is a result of combining 4 genoarts. The ring reacts to xenogenic battle body mode. I am afraid it is not a tool to test the holy body geno fluid. This is weird. I do not know if Bai King is lying to me, or if the whole of the Extreme King has been fooled by past kings. But that was none of his business. The time for a meeting had come. Hansen let Bauer scan his xenogenic body, but she did not transform yet. Remember, you go in last. You are also the first to leave. Do not get close to Moment God. You wait here. Come in after I have established the deal with Bai King. Hansen was wearing the blue and black striped robe as he spoke to Bauer. He then went to the god palaces. Bai King and 2 other people were already waiting there. "Mr. Long time no see. Are you okay?" Hansen was in front of Bai King. He bowed and looked at the other 2 people. Hansen thought Bai King would have brought many Extreme King's elites with him, but he had only brought 2 people who did not belong to the Extreme King. Chapter 2996 Light Scissors. One of the creatures had white hair. Its skin was black, and it looked like an old ape. The other one was like a spirit. It glowed with a green color. It was like a green ghost that one could see through. The presence of these 2 xenogeniacs was very powerful. They were clearly true god xenogeniacs. That was undeniable. Thanks for Godfather Han's arrival. I am fine. Why do I not see $? Bai King smiled. It looked as if he did not care about the grudge he had with Hansen in the past. $. Says he needs more time to prepare, Hansen replied. He is preparing a powerful weapon. He will come later. Bai King nodded and said nothing. He pointed at the 2 xenogeniacs and said, "This is Sun Moon God Ape. He is a powerful time element true god xenogeniac. This is Space Spirit. He is a space element true god elite. With their assistance and the power you and $, the 2 of you elites have, our operation will surely be a success." "You are very thorough." Hansen turned around and asked, "I wonder, how will you break the time god power trapping Golden Growler?" "This is it." Bai King did not talk crap. He brought out the treasure. It was a gold pair of jade scissors. The scissors blades were metal and black in color. The bottom part was made of jade stone. It was pure white. The 2 blades were forged to look like a water dragon. They snapped together like 2 dragons playing orbs. This treasure is called Light Scissor. It is made from the time element true god xenogeniac light dragon's xenogeniac genes. That is how it was crafted. Our alpha killed the female and the male, the 2 light dragons. With lots of rare material and other xenogeniac genes, it cost them tens of dozens of years to forge. That is how the light scissors came to be. It is very good against time restrictions, and by some ace. It should be easy to break Golden Growler's time power. This will be the weapon that kills Moment God. After pausing, Bai King went on to say, "I promised you I would let you have the scissors, but the light scissors are only supposed to be used by someone who has a time element power. I will let Sun Moon God Ape use of the scissors, because he can provide us with the most help. Of course, the decision is still yours to make, Godfather Han," Bai King said. "I am merely making a suggestion." He passed Hansen the light scissors. Hansen tried using his own power. He found that he was unable to activate the light scissors. He needed a time element power to use the top-class true god weapon. Han Sen thought, what a good fox. He knew I did not have time element powers, but he did not say only Sun Moon God Ape could actually use the light scissors. He is saying it is pointless for me to use it, and only he can use it. He coldly laughed. But you have the wrong intentions. I am not very good at time element powers, but I researched it. Bai King watched Han Sen being unable to activate the light scissors and smiled. The Sun Moon God Ape looked quite cocky. He thought Han Sen would allow him to be the one who used the light scissors. As Han Sen held the light scissors and looked at Sun Moon God Ape, when Sun Moon God Ape thought Han Sen was going to give him the light scissors, Han Sen's body exhibited some changes. The light scissors released the sound of two dragons moaning. A black and white light was shining brightly. It turned into a pair of black and white dragons that circled Han. Senator Sun Moon God Ape's face changed. Bai King was shocked too, but his face quickly returned to normal. He laughed. Godfather Han really is very unique. You have mastered time element powers. Just a little bit, but it was enough to use the scissors, Han Sen coldly said. He put away the light scissors. The light scissors were very strong, but they also cost a lot of power. Han Sen had just used them for a moment, and he already felt tired. Sun Moon God Ape thought he would be the one to use the light scissors, but now there was no chance. He felt depressed. He was buzzing as he asked, why is that dollar not here yet? Is he afraid of killing Moment God? Did he not dare come? Han Sen looked at Bai King. He laughed and did not ask anything. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Han Sen thought, although Bai King does not know Han Sen and Dollar are the same people, thinking he won't suspect our relationship, perhaps he will think of something. This cooperative effort might be to test us. Fortunately, Bauer can make use of the sunglasses. Otherwise, Bao King is sure to think of something. At this time, the few people saw Bauer, in the shape of Dollar, come flying over. I am sorry to keep you waiting, Bauer said. She was learning how Han Sen spoke. It is good that you are here, Bai King said with a laugh. Since everyone is here, let's just get into the temple in case something bad happens. Han Sen summoned the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He held the light scissors and the shield as he used time area. Good. Bai King nodded. No one had an opinion to share. Everyone just summoned their true god weapons and god personality armaments. Bauer turned on her evil lotus by Sima and Skybone armor. Her body shone with a purple light. It displayed a knife light that was like a saw. It covered her entire body. Bai King summoned his god spirit's spirit body. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit had their weird faces. Clearly, they had powerful power protection. Everyone used their powers before they approached the god temple, because they were afraid that when they faced Moment God, they would not have the chance to bring out their gear. After preparing, everyone entered the god palaces. Once they entered the realm of the god palaces, many creatures of the universe turned their attention to them. Huh, isn't that Dollar? He is going to the god temple to kill a god spirit again. Why is Bai King with Dollar? Whoa, Godfather Han Sen is there too. Last time Moment God blew him up. He has dared to come back. Those two xenogeniacs are not normal. It is such a powerful team. Which god spirit are they going to challenge? It must be a disaster class one. What disaster class? Dollar was able to kill a disaster class god spirit by himself. Who needs Bai King and Godfather Han, those elites, all to fight together? I am afraid the god spirit they are going to kill is an annihilation class one. Many scary elites in the universe were looking at Han Sen, and the others make their approach. In a palace on a red dwarf planet, the woman who was wearing a red qipao and using a red umbrella was looking at the sky. She gently said, Master, Han Sen is going to challenge Moment God again. Should we go and do what Han Jinji told us to do? Do you think we should follow what he told us to do? Human King sat on the throne. He looked as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. He watched Han Sen and the others enter the grounds of the god palaces. The red-clothed woman was beneath her umbrella as she coldly said, although Han Jinji does not have an heir, Han Jinji did not have to do this. Han Sen is his great-grandson, so they will have a connection. Perhaps he is using us to help Han Sen break through the line. Chapter 2997 Fighting Moment God Again. Han Sun had just entered the Moment God Temple. He immediately used galaxy teleportation. He suddenly was in front of Golden Growler, who had been trapped by the Time God Light. He was waving the light scissors toward Golden Growler. There was an invisible shockwave. It came from the center of the God Temple. One easily saw it with their eyes. It suddenly flushed out like a wave, and it made time pass slowly. The power of the light scissors was not affected. One black and one white dragon, the two of them, crossed each other and headed for Golden Growler. They cut the twisted space that trapped him as easily as a sheet of white paper. The power seemed like it was breaking bamboo as it went toward Golden Growler. Dong. Seeing the light scissors about to cut open the God power trap that was around Golden Growler, everyone suddenly felt dizzy. They could not see what happened. Moment God was already standing before Golden Growler. She flicked her long jade finger. It landed on the dragon head of the light scissors. It knocked the light scissors away. Sun Moon God Ape. Bai King had the three-headed, six-armed spirit for protection. Although he was affected a little, it was not by much. It was forced to break the time delay power. He was swinging 6 weapons toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape wasn't about to slow down. He was holding a sun and a moon. The sun and moon were twisted. It made the time go fast. It extinguished some of the delays caused by the Time God power. It made it so that Han Sun and the others were not affected by it too much. The space spirit was not affected by the time delay at all. Its transparent hands were striking toward Moment God. The space crack was spreading. Moment God did not move while everyone was attacking. She went with God Light and pointed her finger. It was like time was rewinding. The movements of Han Sun and the others seemed to go backward. Moment God's body flashed. She teleported to Han Sun, who was closest to her. Although the light scissors were not affected by time rewind, Han Sun had been affected by it. He started falling back. He was not able to raise the light scissors to block Moment God's attack. Every creature in the universe was frozen. Han Sun, Bai King, and the others were the greatest elites in the entire universe. Before Moment Goddess, they were useless. Boom. Suddenly, there was a thundering hitting noise coming from the God Temple. Dollar was holding a mini black small hammer. It hit toward the space around the others. Suddenly, many space cracks developed in the God Temple. It made the blood rise in Han Sun, Bai King, Sun Moon God Ape, and Space Spirit. What shocked them most was that the rewind time power was no longer working. Moment God's mouth was bleeding God blood. Holy shit. Dollar is so strong. He used a hammer to damage Moment God. Everyone was shocked. Han Sun had not expected the Kill Sky hammer to be that strong. It broke time and space. Even the rewind time God power was not excluded from its might. Pang. 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 Bauer swung her hammer at space 3 more times. The God symbols on the hammer were vibrating. The whole of the God Temple was like broken glass. There were more and more space cracks. Dollar, big God, put away your God stuff. Sun Moon God Ape was crying. Those 3 hammer strikes had not killed Moment God, but they were going to kill his God body. He had a few broken bones. 11 of his organs were torn and bleeding. Only God knew how much blood he was spilling out. This wasn't only happening to Sun Moon God Ape. Space Spirit was not faring very well either. Bai King and Han Sun were a bit better, but they were still shockingly pale from the blood gushing out of their mouths. Moment God's face was a bit pale, but she still looked better than Han Senator. She was staring at Bauer. She flashed away and appeared in front of Bauer. She pointed toward Bauer. Bauer swung her hammer. She saw the hammer light and twisted powers collide. They arose like the lights that happen when a sun is destroyed. Moment God was shaken away a few miles through space. Bauer flew away too. That hit provided no one with an advantage. Han Sun was worried about Bauer having a disadvantage. Seeing a situation like this, he was incredibly delighted. He did not hesitate. He used the light scissors to cut toward Golden Growler's body. One black and one white, the 2 dragons crossed each other. They went straight for Golden Growler. They surrounded his body, cutting the Time God power like it was cutting a cloth. Don't worry, Dollar. I am going to come to help you. Bai King's spirit body God Light exploded. He was waving 6 weapons at Moment God. As for Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit, one had a time power buff and one had a space power buff. Bai King forced open Moment God's time area. Moment Light. Moment Goddess's eyes looked cold. She put her hands together like a goddess. Time waves and God Light filled the God Temple. It was just for a moment, but Bai King and Han Sen suddenly felt their bodies age. It was like 1,000 years had passed. Han Sen shockingly found out his lifespan had decreased by a few hundred years, and it was still fading fast. Pang! There was another clap of thunder. The Moment Light power was broken. Han Sen's lifespan stopped leaking. One had a hard time watching this. No one knew if it was Baoer's hammer breaking the Moment Light God power. The shaking power shook Han Sen, and the others like their bodies were broken. They were lucky they had not been torn apart. Bai King and Sun Moon God Ape looked strange. They were very happy to be saved by Dollar, but they also felt depressed. Their lives had been saved. After a few more hammer hits, even if they were not killed by Moment God, they were not going to be killed by Dollar. Roar. As this happened, the light scissors finally removed the restrictions around Golden Growler, who had been trapped a long time ago. Golden Growler was finally free. It roared to the sky with a beastly voice. It shocked the sky full of everything. Golden Growler had been trapped, but he had not been lost. He had seen everything that happened in the God Temple's space. After he roared, the gold light in his mouth exploded. A mysterious, old, golden door was fired out. Moment God saw Golden Growler release the golden door and frowned. The tips of her feet were in space. Some weird time shockwave spread out. Golden Growler's movements were slowed down, but the golden door could still fly out. Bai King rushed toward Moment God and shouted at Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit. Hurry up and help him open the door. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were soaked in blood. They used their time and space powers to buff Golden Growler. It made the golden door come out faster. They looked at Baoer, who was swinging the hammer. Sun Moon God Ape was about to pee himself. He shouted, Dollar God! Stop swinging. Swing again, and we are going to die. The wounds they had were not caused by Moment God. It was all because of Baoer. Chapter 2998 Big God Han Sen knew the Kill Sky Hammer's radius of attack was scary, but there was nothing he could do about it. That thing was very powerful, but no one was able to control the radius of that power. Luckily, the closer to the center of the shaking point someone was, the more shaking power there was. They were quite far away, so the shaking power they felt was quite weak. If it was like Moment God's power, when facing the Kill Sky Hammer face to face, one of those attacks would have probably nearly killed Sun Moon God Ape. Moment God saw where the Kill Sky Hammer came from. She knew that the power of the hammer could break every other power. She ignored Baoer. She flashed above Golden Growler, put her hands together really fast, and made a weird symbol. It was heading for Golden Growler. There was a wave headed for Golden Growler, so it opened its mouth. The gold door only exited its mouth halfway. The door was frozen there. All of that happened in just one moment. At the same time, Golden Growler stopped moving. Moment God flashed away. She dodged Bai King's knife sword, which was crazily slashing. She appeared in front of Han Senator. She carried the time light. Her hand was reaching out for Han Sen's light scissors. Han Sen knew Moment Goddess was afraid of the golden door that came out of Golden Growler's mouth. Even if her power could not kill Golden Growler, it could trap it. If she could kill him, she would have done it already. Moment God moved to take the light scissors away so that Golden Growler could not be set free again. An Annihilation class God Spirit is hard to deal with. I wonder how scary a Reboot class God Spirit is. Han Sen used the time area. The time element did not have much of an effect on Moment God. Instead, Han Sen was affected by Moment God's time God power effect. His movement was very slow. He could not dodge her and prevent her from stealing the scissors. Baoer's body flashed. She was suddenly above Han Sen's head. The hammer was striking toward Moment God's hands. No, Moment God had no reaction. Han Sen, Bai King, Sun Moon God Ape, and Space Spirit screamed. Their faces looked black. Earlier, Baoer had waved her hammer a few times, which almost shook them to death. Their bones almost cracked. Now it was about to come down near their bodies. It was going to kill them. Unfortunately, it was too late for anything. The hammer in Bauer's hand had already hit Moment God's hand. Hansen knew this was going to be bad. He flashed backward and raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze to try and protect his body. Bai King used his spirit body to raise a shield and protect himself as he quickly retreated. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were running away as fast as they could. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Boom. Arg! Hansen and the others screamed. It was like a television show in which they were blown away. The four of them blew up, flew, and rolled away. All the god blood spilling out was like it was for free. Hansen and Bai King were faring a little better. Only their bones and organs were ripped. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit only had half their lives left. That was especially true of Sun Moon God Ape. His limbs were soft, and he was twisted like a pretzel. He was going to be disabled. Big God, please stop shaking me. Cough. Cough. Moment God still hasn't touched me. Cough. Cough. I am going to be killed by you. Sun Moon God Ape was speaking and throwing up blood at the same time. He was going to cry. Shut the hell up. You're only a little bit hurt, yet you are crying. Are you a 3-year-old child? Bauer lifted her lips. She then lifted her finger, enabling a giant lotus light to come out of it. The petals had a holy light. The body of Sun Moon God Ape was covered in that holy light. The wounds were healing fast. It was at an unbelievable speed. The lotus light was the true god beast soul Hansen had claimed from the light well lotus. It had a powerful healing by Sima. Hansen had given it to Bauer. If Bauer was in danger, she could use the lotus to save her life. Suddenly, Sun Moon God Ape and others saw their severe wounds healing. Sun Moon God Ape was very happy and said, "Big God, you really can do everything. Stop talking crap. Give me your time and space power." Bauer shouted. She was holding her little hammer and going toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were busy gathering their powers. They buffed Bauer so that she could catch up with Moment God. Boom. The power of the Kill Sky Hammer struck Moment God's Time God power again. Bauer used her Kill Sky Hammer to fight Moment God face to face and not lose. It was bad for Sun Moon God Ape. Although there was the light well lotus healing by Sima for protection, the by Sima could only heal. It could not block the damage. Sun Moon God Ape was being shaken again. Everyone was spitting out blood and healing. Their bones broke and healed and broke. Their organs ripped and healed and ripped. It was like they were suffering absolute torture. It felt absolutely awful. Big God really is the strongest in the universe. He can fight Moment God without losing. Big God is so overbearing and strong. Go and kill Moment God, and bring the creatures of the universe some dignity. Big God is invincible. The creatures from every race started to speak like Sun Moon God Ape. They added the 2 words after every mention of Dollar's name. No one thought it was an unworthy title. Most of the creatures in the universe thought Dollar was the big universe's first strongest elite. The other true gods were too weak before Dollar. Calling him a big god was to separate him from other elites. Interesting. Human King squinted his eyes. He watched Bauer battle Moment God. His eyes looked weird for a second. The red-clothed woman stood behind him and said, "I think this Dollar has an even higher chance of breaking that level. Yet Han Jinji wants us to assist Han Senator. Are you sure he is not just showing bias?" Human King laughed and said, "Dollar is strong, but he is depending on his god personality armament. He has the evil lotus by Sima and Skybone knife armor too. That hammer, if I am not mistaken, is Kill Sky God's god personality armament. I bet Kill Sky God descended to kill him, and he killed him. That is how he got that Annihilation class god personality armament." "Kill Sky God possessed someone and descended?" the red-clothed woman asked. "It would have been so much weaker. Even so, killing Kill Sky God would have been an almighty task. He did not have the Kill Sky Hammer at the time." Human King nodded and said, "This kid is very rare. I do not know who created this monster. His genes are complex. They are more complex than a creature from the sanctuaries." While everyone was talking, Hansen approached Golden Growler with his light scissors. He knew Bauer did not have much time. He had to finish the fight to save Golden Growler. In that massive fight, Bauer might not have been able to last an hour before she spent all her power. Chapter 29. 99 moments and Bauer kept swinging and swinging. There were crazy, mad explosions going on. Scary powers exploded, wave by wave. Because the destructive power would damage everybody, Moment God had to be fast. She was still able to go through it. Even if a moment was forever, the Kill Sky Hammer's power was able to break it. Time Rewind only rewound a short portion of time. It was impossible to block the hammer's explosive powers. Seeing that the light scissors in Hansen's hands were going to break Golden Growler's time trap for a second time, one easily saw the Moment God frown. Kill Sky God really was not enough to be a success or loser, Moment God coldly said. She raised her jade hand and pulled out a strand of hair. Her hair, which had been tied up, fell down like a waterfall. It reached her ankles. Her hair looked weird. It almost looked like it was made of crystal. The strands looked like needles. She put the hair between her fingers. Moment God looked calm. She looked serious as she raised it toward her face. 10,000 skills are strong. Time is king. Forever after. There is no end. But it is like a bird flying through a gap. It could occur in a second. 1 second can be forever, and it could be a second. A second is nothing, so accept my anger. Moments end. When Moment God spoke with her God voice, which was frigid with her cold emotions, it was like there was a giant shadow of a clock in front of her. The clock shadow did not have needles that told time. Moment God's jade hands touched the hair. She put the hair in the shadow clock's plate. It combined with the shadow clock. A weird movement was released from the shadow clock. The clock, which did not exist, turned solid. It seemed ancient. It was like a very old god temple or church time clock, but the clock's plate only had one needle. There was no hour, minute, or second needle. Ketcha. The needle pointing at 12 suddenly jumped 1 block. It was now pointed at the 1. When the clock finished jumping, the time in the god temple instantly seemed to exhibit a weird change. No one was not able to see what sort of power it was, so no one could block it. Hansen slid out his light scissors. The blades turned into 1 white and 1 black light dragon. They ripped Golden Growler's time restriction power. Golden Growler escaped again. It opened its mouth and spit out the golden door. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were shaken. Blood was spilling from their mouths. They also had to buff Bauer with their time power and space powers. Their faces were twisted. Bai King looked very happy. He looked at Golden Growler and wished to say something. Suddenly, everything started again. Hansen's hands and the light scissors went toward Golden Growler again. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit coughed up more blood again. Bai King smiled again. Bauer threw down her hammer again. The whole of space was shaking. It happened again and again. It was like a short video that opened on a brainless cycle. Everyone was repeating their actions from that one moment again and again. In that infinite cycle, even Moment God was stuck like that too. She followed the infinite cycle to repeat her actions again and again. Upon seeing that, all the creatures were frozen. The legends claim that a god spirit in their temple possesses special god skills. Sky Palace leader said with his eyes on fire. It looks like Moment God's special god skill is that moment's end. It can make time circle infinitely. Special god skills are very powerful. He kept watching the Moment God temple, which kept looping its time. Sky Palace's first seat frowned and said, Moment's end can only make time keep repeating itself for a period, but it does not do anything good for her. She is trapped in that time loop too. She is in a deadlock now as well. Special god skills. Unless Moment God temple escaped the God Palace's control, that power will be affected by the God Palace's rule. Even she will be unable to control it. That is not strange. Moment God is afraid that Gold Growler's golden door will open. She would not use Moment's end unless she was in fear. This is interesting. What is behind the golden door that even an Annihilation class God spirit is so scared of it? Sky Palace leader looked at the Golden Growler with interest. Golden Growler kept cycling with time, over and over again. The golden door went out a little, and then it went back in a little. It went out a little, and then it went back in a little. It was not able to really open it. Sky Palace's first seat said, No matter what this is, it is futile now. Moment God Temple has become a dead place. Whatever enters it will end up in the time cycle. Those guys are done for. He paused for a moment and then went on to say, but that is good. Hansen was chosen by Sacred Leader, and he has the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit. Perhaps he will one day stir up trouble. That dollar is even weirder, and by King is always suspicious. If they had not been trapped here, them causing problems was inevitable. So this has sorted out many problems for us. It can scare the guys who are hiding. They will not dare to do anything. We just need the space barrier to heal. The god palaces will eventually fade into the nether. Everything else will return to normal again. Sky Palace leader shook his head and said, I am afraid things are not that simple. Those old antiques are full of conspiracies, and they have had them for God knows how many years. It was not easy for them to have this opportunity. Why would they let this go? Hansen being trapped is just the beginning. They are merely waiting. They are waiting for other people to strike first so they do not have to help others. No matter what, someone will be impatient and do it first. So what if they do? Sky Palace's first seat asked. Who else can be like Sacred Leader and kill god spirits like killing dogs? Who else can go to the Geno Hall? Sky Palace leader wished to say something, but somebody flashed in space. Some creature walked into the infinite cycle of Moment God Temple's space. Sky Palace leader and the audience were shocked. They wondered who dared go to the Moment God Temple area. They all looked over there. My woman was wearing a red qipao and red high heels. Her hands were holding a red paper umbrella. She walked forward. When she walked, her very long and white legs were displayed. Her curves were perfect. She was like a drawing. That woman was not the main point. The paper umbrella in her hands was not for her. She was like a servant. She held it for the man in front of her. She did so carefully. It was as if she did not want the man to get a sunburn. The man and woman walked into Moment God Temple's space area. The red paper umbrella covered the 10,000 lights. No one was to see what the man and woman looked like. It made their bodies appear like walking shadows. They walked into the space cycle, but did not get restrained by the time cycle. Can't hold it and strike, huh? What are they going to Moment God Temple for? Are there people inside there? Sky Palace leader frowned. Chapter 3000 Blue blood appears while everyone was watching. A man and a woman approached Hansen, who was still repeating his actions with the light scissors. He was unable to get out of it. He had no other choice. Who are these two guys? Although Hansen was stuck in a loop, his mind was not caught in the cycle. He was still lucid and aware. He felt weird as he watched the man and a woman walk in front of him. Because the red umbrella's light fell, he was not able to see who the man and women beneath the umbrella were. Hansen wanted to know the answer, and every other creature in the universe wanted to know the answer too. In Space Garden, Wang Yuhang spoke with worry. He said, these two guys can bypass the restrictions of Moment's End power. Are Hansen and the others going to be okay? If those two are going there, they must be enemies, Wang Fujing said with a frown. Hansen and the others will undoubtedly be in danger. Go save him. Xie King stood up. His eyes were on fire as he spoke. Don't do it, Moment Queen said as she coldly leaned against the doorframe. It is pointless for you to go. You will just fall into the time loop created by Moment's End. You cannot help. So what? Xie King asked. Are we not going to even try? Are we just going to sit here and watch them all die? Brother Xie, do not be in such a rush, Zero said. Moment Queen is right. If we go now, it is useless. It will only lead to the death of more of us. This won't work, and that won't work, Wang Yuhang said with a look of annoyance. We can only watch Sanmu die. Moment Queen coldly said. There is no need to be in a rush. Hansen and the others won't die easily. In Moment's End, time will remain in a fixed loop. Even if the man and woman seek to kill them, after killing them, the time loop will only result in them being revived. To kill them permanently, they must break Moment's End. If Moment's End breaks, Hansen and Dollar can fight back. If they cannot fight, they can at least run. How could I forget all that? Wang Yuhang was very happy. They all were and felt a major relief. If they cannot kill Hansen, What is the point of them going there? Qin Xian quietly asked. No one was able to answer that question. They could only look into Moment God Temple and see the man and the woman's movements. The red-clothed woman stood behind the man, while holding an umbrella. The man was standing in front of Han Sun, and he was inspecting him thoroughly. He watched him keep repeating the movement of releasing the power of the light scissors. After a while, the man reached out his hand. It landed on Han Sen's head. The hand was wrapped in a red mist. One was able to vaguely see the semblance of a face. The man's 10 fingers were very long. They appeared powerful. It gave people a strange feeling. What does he want to do? Sky Palace leader frowned and looked at the man's hands. He could not guess what that man wanted to do. He is not going to one-palm slap Han Sun to death, is he? What if he does slap him to death? In the middle of Moment's End, Han Sun can keep reviving. Sky Palace's first seat was confused. In fact, in the universe, every scary elite was watching this scene with a look of profound confusion. Only in a house perched upon an old mountain, where an old man was holding a bottle gourd of wine, was there a difference. He watched the man's hand. As he did, his eyes flashed as he exclaimed, "Finally, he is making the first step." When the old fortune-teller spoke to himself, the man's other hand flashed with a cold light. He cut the hand that was on top of Han's senator. Every elite was shocked. They watched his injured hand with bated breath. They were unsure what the man planned to do. Beautiful blue blood oozed out of the wound. It was crystal-like and glowing. It was as weird as it was beautiful to see. When he saw the blood, Han Sun was shocked. He thought, what is going on? This blue blood and blood legion blue blood has the same power, but this is much more powerful than the blue blood I saw before. Who is he? Human King? What is he doing here? Why is he doing this? Han Sen's mind was riddled with questions, but no one was able to answer him. Besides, he could not ask because he was still stuck in a time loop. Aside from repeating his actions, he was unable to do anything. Holy blood. When Sky Palace leader and Sky Palace's first seat saw the blue blood, their expressions changed. Just like them, the expressions of many old antiques across the entire universe were changed. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. One drop of crystal-looking blue blood was allowed to drip onto Han Sen's head. Where the blood dripped, his black hair and white scalp turned blue. The man's hand was resting on Han Sen's head. He allowed the wound on his hand to drip blood, one drop after one drop, onto Han Sen's head. Moment's End was able to make this keep repeating. After repeating, Han Sen's head, which was dyed blue, was still blue. It did not get wiped out by the time cycle. More blue blood being released. It flowed through Han Sen's hair, and down his face. His entire head, face, and neck had turned blue. The blood was now seeping into his clothes. It was like it was going to dye his entire body blue. This guy. What does he want? I am not a blue fairy. Why dye my body blue? Han Sun had countless thoughts, but he could not figure out what the man wanted from him. All the elites of every race were frozen as they watched this happen. No one was able to understand why this man had suddenly appeared. No one knew what he wanted. Boom, boom, boom. From the highest floor of the God Palace in the Geno Hall, noise that was like thunder sounded. The Geno Hall's door slowly opened. The Geno Hall's door completely opened. The light inside was bright. It was too bright to see what was in there. One was only able to see a body was there. It was standing inside. Because the light was so bright, it was impossible to see what the body looked like. Whoever it was, they had the presence of a god or demon. The suppressing pressure unleashed by that presence was felt everywhere in the universe. It was difficult for anyone to breathe. It felt as if everyone had to kowtow before it. Are you really going to do it? The body standing at the door was looking at the man on Moment God Temple's plaza. You can try and stop me, the man coldly said. His hand was still atop Han Sen's head, allowing his blue blood to keep dripping all over Han Sr. How dare you? The god spirits were mad. All the god temples burst open with god light. Countless scary god powers flew out. It was like many god spirits were going to kill the man beneath the red umbrella. If I did not dare, how did I kill a sky full of god spirits? The man's voice was calm like undisturbed water. When he spoke, the many god spirits were furious. All the god lights of every god temple exploded like a volcanic eruption. The sky full of god spirits were breaking out of their temples. The creatures of the universe felt a massive chill as they watched all of this unfold. Even though the suppressive feelings of the god spirits weren't coming after them, it made them feel shocked and have a desire to flee. The man behaved as if he did not even see the fires wielded by the god spirits. He still stood where he was. He let his blue blood keep dribbling onto Han Sr. Chapter 3001 Blue blood starts. The body near the Geno Hall's door did not do anything. It looked at Han's son, who was covered in blue blood, and quietly said, "I hope you will not regret this." After saying that, the shadow turned around and left. It disappeared inside the bright lights of the hall. The Geno Hall's door was closed. All the creatures thought there would be a fight that would shock the sky, but who would have known it was to end like that? After the Geno Hall door closed, the palaces and the god temples closed down as well. Silence returned to permeate the atmosphere of the god palaces. Oh my god! Even all of the god spirits got humiliated and did not do anything to him. Who is that man? Which race does he belong to? He cannot be the boss of the very high, right? The very high are strong, but they cannot be strong enough for so many god spirits to be afraid of him. What does he want to do to Godfather Han? Every race had been talking about these events. They were guessing the identities of the man and woman, and what it was they sought to do. The expression on Sky Palace's first seat's face changed. Although the god palaces are there, the god spirits were ended by the rules of the god palaces. They guarded their god temples, unable to exit their god temples to do battle. That guy spoke with disdain. That person inside the Geno Hall was actually willing to put up with it. Does that mean the man really is sacred leader? Sky Palace leader looked at the man for a long time before saying, "He is not sacred leader. Although his blood looks like the blood of the legendary sacred leader, you and I both know sacred leader cannot still be alive. He is not sacred leader. It does not matter if he is or not. This person can make the guy inside the Geno Hall scared. I am afraid he is in big trouble. Why is he soaking Han's son in his blood? What's that for?" Sky Palace's first seat's expression looked scared. Sky Palace leader quietly moaned and said, "You said Han's son came from the sanctuaries. If that is true, he might not possess pure crystallizer blood. I am afraid this entire thing is not so simple." While they were both talking, the man pulled his hand back. The wound on his hand was already healed. Hansen's body was dyed blue by the blue blood. It was like a blue fairy glowing with a blue light. The blood was being absorbed like a sponge. It went into his skin. Hansen's body returned to normal. He had black hair and white skin. In his veins, fresh red blood was soaked by the blue blood. It became the blue blood. The man who stood beneath the umbrella took a few steps back. He looked as if he was a sculptor examining the breadth of his creation. He watched Hansen with keen interest. Hansen felt like the blood in his body was boiling. Even the time cycle did not stop the blue blood power roaring in his body. His red blood was crystallized. After being touched by the blue blood, it started to melt. It carried a weird and strange power. It went into Hansen's organs and muscles. His veins were like many blue small snakes. They were showing across his skin. Roar! Hansen looked at the sky and made some painful moaning noises. In that moaning noise, his entire body's blue flame was like an exploding volcanic eruption. Hansen's entire body was wrapped up in it. At this moment, the time loop composed by Moment God did not come to affect him. He had been set free from the trap. Of course, Hansen is not a pure crystallizer, Sacred Leader said with a sigh. His body has Sacred Leader's blood. He cannot combine with the blue blood power. Who are you people? Hansen was set free. He looked at the man beneath the umbrella. Now he felt like his body was full of weird power. Although Hansen thought this man was Human King, he could not be entirely sure. It does not matter who I am. You just need to know that your power was gifted to you by me. That will be enough. After speaking, the man turned around and went to the Moment God temple. The red-clothed woman was still holding the umbrella from behind. The two of them quickly left the Moment God temple and disappeared into space. Hansen had no time to find out who that man was. Sorting out the trouble, there was the most important task at hand. He could not allow Bauer to be trapped there. Hansen's heart jumped. He sprinted toward Moment God, and used his light scissors to approach her. One white and one dragon, 2 dragons, were headed for Moment God's neck. Catcha! The power of the light scissors broke a few strands of Moment God's hair. She had a red mark on her neck. In the next time cycle, Moment God returned to normal. Although the light scissors can sever time powers, the damage it deals is not strong. Because I have blue blood, I escaped the binding of the time loop. They are still in the time loop. It is pointless for me to kill Moment God since the time loop will remain, and she will resurrect. Hansen frowned. He felt his body's blue blood power, but he could not use that power. He gave up the idea of killing Moment God. He flashed away and went to Sun Moon God Ape. He tried to pull him away from Moment God Temple. Hansen did not dare try and use Bauer and Golden Growler as a test for this method, so he had to try it on Sun Moon God Ape. Hansen quickly discovered that he could not pull him away from the time loop. No matter where he went, he reappeared inside the time cycle. His body could not leave the Moment God Temple area. What to do? Hansen kept thinking of ideas. Right now he could use his blue blood powers. He could ignore Moment's end power, so he could get out of there. But Bauer and Golden Growler were trapped there. Hansen could not let that slide. In that situation, even if Hansen used his super god spirit body, that would only make him not be affected by the time loop. He could not save Bauer. Blue blood power is not affected by the time loop. If I can control this power, I do not know if I can use it to kill Moment God. Hansen thought about the man who put the blue blood in him. Wherever the blood touched, it would not be affected by the time loop. Hansen tried to control the blue blood power, but it did not fare well. He could not control the power. Hansen hesitated. He cast Blood Pulse Sutra. Hansen knew there was a Geno art that could control blue blood power, but he was worried. Thus, he did not use Blood Pulse Sutra. Now he could not care for much. Blood Pulse Sutra opened. The blue blood power in his body was running like mad with the Blood Pulse Sutra. The speed of the blood's flow was way over Blood Pulse Sutra's speed. It was not Blood Pulse Sutra controlling the blood power to run. The blood power was pulling the Blood Pulse Sutra to run like mad. In a palace, Human King squinted. He looked at Hansen's black eyes turn blue and said to himself, "It is starting." Chapter 3002 Real Human Roar. Hansen's arms subconsciously opened. He looked into the sky and roared. His eyes had turned blue. They flickered with a scary light. Hansen's brain was still very clear, but his body was very hungry. It was like he was a junkie. His head knew this should not continue, but the reactions of his body made him unable to control himself. Blue light flickered. Hansen's body broke space. Suddenly he went in front of Moment God. He grabbed her neck and lifted her. Moment God was in the time loop, so she could not block Hansen's attack. She could only watch. Hansen felt like there was a beast inside him that wanted to kill very badly. He grabbed Moment God by the neck. He unleashed a scary power as he squeezed. Half of that power was from the blue blood power. A small part was from Hansen's own body power. Aside from that, any other Geno art power lost its usage. Aside from Blood Pulse Sutra, other Geno arts were not usable. With the blue blood power running, Blood Pulse Sutra's running exhibited weird changes. Hansen was no stranger to these changes. Before, Human King had given him the other part of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and those changes came from the other part. Catcha. Moment God's neck was twisted by Hansen. Her neck had a blue mark. Even the time loop could not make the injured, blue part recover. The hit did not kill Moment God. Hansen's hand was waving like a knife. He kept slashing Moment God, who was unable to fight back. He slashed many wounds onto her god body. Her wounds, flesh and bones turned blue. After having the blue blood power, Hansen used empty hands and fists to leave wounds that revealed the bones beneath the skin of Moment God's god body. Before that, Hansen had used the light scissors and was unable to harm her flesh. The whole universe was silent. They looked at Hansen tearing Moment God apart. Before long, he ended up smashing her brain. Just as Moment God's brain broke, the clock with Moment's end shattered. It turned into a light shadow that shattered and disappeared. Annihilation class God Spirit hunted. Moment God. God Spirit received. In the next second, Hansen saw Moment God's corpse turn into dust in the sky. The dust gathered itself and raced to a pin that was like a needle. Hansen picked up the pin. He heard another announcement in his head. Annihilation class God Personality armament received. Moment Needle. Moment's end was gone. The temple's space returned to normal. Bauer by King, and the others were freed from the time loop. Hansen stared at Dollar, who was Bauer. His brain knew that, but his body felt as if he suddenly wanted to kill Bauer. What is going on? Hansen was scared, but he could not control his body. His hands uncontrollably raised. His 5 fingers shook with insanity. He was thrusting forward to clutch Bauer's head. He did not have time to think. Hansen tried his hardest. He controlled his body to rush outside the God Temple. He was afraid that within the next second, he would lose all control of himself and end up killing Bauer. He forced his body to run out of the Moment God Temple. In doing that, Hansen's body continued to shake. He felt as if he wanted to turn around, go back and kill Bauer. It was not easy to rush out of the Moment God Temple. Hansen wanted to use galaxy teleportation, but he noticed he was no longer able to use God's Wander. The blue blood power stopped all other powers in his body. Galaxy teleportation did not work, but his body was still forced to teleport elsewhere. That came from the blue blood power. Pang. Hansen did not know where he had teleported to. He saw lots of asteroids around him. His body hit a planet very hard. It was like a giant asteroid smashing into it. The planet now had a big, circular hole in it. The rocky ground was like a sea wave spreading for 1,000 miles. Hansen kneeled at the center of the circular hole. His body was shaking. Although he was away from Bauer, he still had that desire. He had the desire to kill. Blue blood. Blue blood power has a problem. Hansen's body had broken into a cold sweat. That was the result of him forcing his body to resist. His mind was not able to combine with his body. It made Hansen feel terrible. A voice that was not too far from Hansen began to speak. Do not try to control it. That is your true power. That is who you are. Let the blue blood fill up every inch of your body. Let it activate your body. Let yourself enable his true power. Hansen was having trouble raising his head to look. He saw the woman in red clothes was there. She was holding her umbrella. She was not far from him. Beneath the umbrella, a man was looking at him from above. Hansen gnashed his teeth and asked, "What did you do to me?" Even his voice was shaking. No. I did not do anything to you," the man said with a smile. "What you should be asking is, what do you want to do now? You still have not recognized what you are capable of. You still don't know what you truly want." "I know who I am, and I know what I want. I know that I don't want blue blood, too." Hansen's body was shaking as if he was insane. Sweat was dripping from his face. The blue blood power was too strong. Merely controlling his own body was absurdly difficult. "Do you really know who you are?" The man came out from the red umbrella. He squatted next to Han Senator. He reached out his hand and tilted Hansen's jaw. He looked at him as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. "Human King. It is you." Hansen finally saw his face. It was a handsome face, and it had some unique presence normal people did not have. It was like some king that was far superior to anyone else. The man's finger tilted Hansen's jaw. He coldly laughed and said, "My child, you do not know who you are. You are different from who you think you are. I do not know what you are talking about. Get your blue blood out of me." Hansen wanted to turn his face to escape from Human King's hand, but his blue blood power body did not listen. "My child, you are my heir. Your body is flowing with my blood, and now you have my blood. From now on, you are a pure human." Human King stroked Hansen's cheeks. He smiled and said, "It will not be long before you understand. That is the pride and superiority of being a human. You will enjoy it all. I do not need to be a real human. I am me. I am Han Senior." Hansen gnashed his teeth as he spoke. "That is not going to cut it, my child. Enjoy living like a real human. You will soon thank me, and you will return to me." Human King pulled out his finger. He wiped away the sweat on Hansen's cheek. He then got up and left. Hansen was holding his own body. He tried to raise his head. He saw the red-clothed woman hold the umbrella while walking away with Human King. Suddenly they were gone. Chapter 3003 Everyone Must Die. Blue blood power was almost flowing throughout his body. It made Hansen feel very weird. Blue blood power was incredibly strong, but it also gave Hansen the feeling of abandonment. All of the rules and power he had amassed were being shoved out of his body. It was like everything he had come to know was abandoning him. Damn it! Hansen really disliked this feeling that he could not control. He was fighting against the blue blood power, but his own power was not as strong as the blue blood power. It was getting corroded by the sheer force of the blue blood. His body was losing control. It was not like it was not controllable. He just needed to follow the blue blood's desire, then he could control his body. But Hansen did not want what the blue blood desired. Jade skin. It could not be used. Dongxian Sutra. He could not run. Hansen cast a few Geno arts one after the other. He was still unable to feel the existence of those powers. Even the story of genes did not react. He wanted to become a xenogeniac, but he still had no response from his body. Wanner is still inside Destiny's tower. My body has lost control, so I cannot get Wanner out. I cannot use Super God Spirit mode for long, but there is no other way now. I must try it. Hansen was preparing to use his Super God Spirit mode, when he suddenly felt his body become hard. Hansen felt a hot power cross his entire back. It was so painful that it made him scream. Now he could not use his Dongxian Sutra. He had no idea what had happened to his back. After having this heat on his back, the blue blood power stopped corroding his body, especially his back. The blue blood power was unable to overtake that part. When the blue blood reached his back, it was like it was vaporized by the heat. Although he could not repel all the blue blood power, it made Hansen feel a little better. He was having trouble pulling out a mirror, but he took off his blue robe and revealed his naked back. He positioned it in the mirror. Hansen was shocked when he looked at his back. His back was blood red. The 9-life cat tattoo was glowing. It was the same 9-life cat tattoo that was on Zero's body. Hansen thought, why has the 9-life cat tattoo appeared again? I thought I vaporized it. Back then, the 9-life cat had combined with him. His back was given this 9-life cat tattoo, but the tattoo was absorbed while he was practicing the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now, while the blue blood was taking over Hansen's body, the previously absent 9-life cat tattoo was revealing itself once more. It was able to repel the conquest of the blue blood. It did not allow the blue blood to overtake his body. Hansen thought, in the past, the 9-life cat pendant was able to restrict the blue blood. Although I absorbed it, the effect should still be here. Only Human King's blue blood power is too strong. Even with 9-life cat's power, it cannot completely keep the blue blood power at bay. The blue blood and 9-life cat tattoo power were able to be activated by the Blood Pulse Sutra, yet they were bad for each other. The 9-life cat tattoo's power was a bit weak, and it only appeared on his back. The blue blood had still taken over the rest of his body. The two powers were stuck inside Hansen's body. Neither could get complete control of him. Hansen could barely control his own body. He tried his hardest to get up, but he did not know where he was. Also, he could not use galaxy teleportation. He could not just run away now. That is a planet with life. Hansen looked around. He noticed that, not too far away from the planet, there was a giant planet. It looked closer than the moon did to Earth. He saw mountains and giant trees on it. Hansen watched it for a while. He noticed the planet contained buildings. He forced his body to fly to that planet. Now Hansen could only use his body's power to fly. He wanted to know where he currently was. The blue blood and red blood in his body kept waging a war inside him. The feeling was corrosive, and it was awfully painful. Plus, Hansen could not control his body. Even a short distance flight like this was enough to make him shiver and shake. He looked as if he was going to fall any second. Pang! He entered the atmosphere of the planet. When he did, Hansen was drawn down by the planet's gravity. He could not control his body, so he fell straight down. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. He fell from a high place and hit the woods. He broke the branches on the way down and avoided injury. Hansen got up from the ground. He flew toward the buildings on the mountains he had seen. After a while, he reached the building through flight. He finally saw what that building really looked like. When he did, he felt disappointed. It was an old-style wooden building. It looked like a very old house. Judging from the material and style of it, the technology of this planet had yet to reach the interstellar era. If I am here, perhaps I can ask a thing or two. Hansen landed in front of the door. He wanted to knock, but he saw the door open itself. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. An old man at the gate smiled at Hansen and walked back into the old house. Who are you? Hansen frowned. Come on in first. You are already in such a state. There is nothing to be afraid of. The old man did not look back as he spoke. Hansen thought the old man was correct. He was already like this, so what more could he be afraid of? He walked into the old house. He entered the living room with the old man. The living room was very old. There was a square table that was still whole, but the red paint on it was peeling. It revealed the original wood color. It looked very old. Drink something. The old man sat on a wooden chair and handed Hansen his wine gourd. Hansen accepted the wine gourd, but did not say anything. He opened the lid and had a swig. With the power of his body, especially with the fact he was still wrestling with the blue blood, not many toxins could hurt his body. He did not have to fear the elixir. If you want to do something, then tell me. Hansen gave the wine gourd back to the old man and sat in the door frame. He looked like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. The old man drank some wine too. He swallowed it, smiled at Hansen and asked, Do you believe in fate? Yeah, but not all, Hansen replied. What makes you say that? The old man asked with interest. There are a lot of things that are meant to be in life, Hansen said. If you want more, you have to fight for it. The old man looked at Hansen and asked, What if I told you that you and your family were all meant to be dead? Would you believe me? Chapter 3004 Great-Granddad Believe? All creatures will die one day. Hansen was not mad, so that was how he replied. The old man shook his head. He did not continue with that particular subject. He pulled out an object and gave it to Hans Sr. This is for you. It should help you. Hansen did not immediately grab it. He was looking at the item in the old man's hand. He was holding a transparent tube-shaped container. There was some blood-red liquid inside. What is that? Hansen asked. It is a medicine that can control the blood power, the old man said. It can make your blood stable, but it is only temporary. It does not really solve the problem. If you want to sort out the problem concerning your blood, you need to find someone. The old man threw the medicine at Hans. Senator Hansen took the medicine. He frowned and asked, Who are you? What is your aim? I actually found out a disaster was set to occur in your fate, the old man said with a laugh. I am here to help you through it. Do you believe me? Hansen looked at the old man but did not speak. He was not 3 years old. He would not believe in words that sounded like a trick. The old man knew Hansen did not believe it. He shrugged his shoulders and drank his wine. If what I have told you is something you do not believe, do you believe in the words spoken to you by Han Jinji? Are you Han Jinji? Hansen was shocked. His eyes were open wide as he looked at the old man. He knew Han Jinji hailed from a faction that was full of scammers a long time ago. They pretended to be fortune tellers. By doing that, they scammed people. It was just like the old man said. Since we are relatives, you should be calling me great-granddad. The old man smiled. How am I supposed to know if you are really Han Jinji? Hansen asked. If you really are, you might not have the same blood as me. If I did not leave the Blood Legion's secret item, the pendant, your body would have been corroded by blue blood, Han Jinji said. You would not be having this chance to talk to me right now. Hansen looked at Han Jinji and asked, The notebook. What was written with the relic? He took this very seriously. The old man in front of him was Han Jinji. He had been chasing down mysteries about him for a very long time. Perhaps now he would finally receive the answers he sought. If I, the old man, remember, I wrote down the super god gene with a question mark, Han Jinji said. Hansen looked at Han Jinji with shock. He had been looking for him for many years. Now he had finally discovered Han Jinji standing right in front of him. He did not know what to ask. Hansen opened his mouth. He wished to say something, but he did not say anything. Han Jinji spoke first. You are my great-grandchild. Your father is my grandchild. There is no doubting this. Hansen opened his mouth, but Han Jinji stopped him from speaking. In the past, I had no choice. I had to shirk my identity and keep your father in the Han house. Someone in the Han family lost their life because of it. Just like your father said, we own the Han family. All these things should be paid back. We owe them that. It was hard for Han's son to find a gap to speak. He tried to speak again, but Han Jinji said, Do not ask me why I do this. Even if I was to explain, you would not believe me. Just like you did not believe what I said when I said your family would die. Hansen opened his mouth. This time, Han Jinji did not stop him. Yet he could not speak. That was because the question Sun had thought of before had already been answered. Now he did not know what to ask. Han Jinji smiled. He poured out some wine and said, The blue blood inside your body was me. I had Human King give it to you. Why? Hansen's heart sank. He did not expect Human King would end up giving him blue blood. Now there was a twist like this to the story. Only by doing that could you stop the unfortunate things from happening, Han Jinji weirdly said. What unlucky thing? Hansen asked. Is it like you said? Will my family die? Not just you. Han Jinji seriously said. The entire world. Are you saying I'm the savior? Hansen coldly laughed. He looked at Han Jinji as if he was a liar. No, you are not, Han Jinji said. No one is a savior. Everything is meant to be destroyed. What we can do is stop the end from being the end. What does that mean? Hansen frowned. Han Jinji shook his head. That is what I meant. There are things that even if I explained, you would not believe me. No matter what, we deal with the blue blood problem first. Drink the medicine and restrict the blood's power. Then look for Han Yufei. Only she will have a way to control the blue blood power within you. I do not need the blue blood power, Hansen said. No, you do need it, Han Jinji said with certainty. You need the blue blood power so Qin Xiu cannot kill you. Wasn't Qin Xiu killed a long time ago? Hansen was shocked. It would be good if he was dead. Han Jinji stood up and glanced at the backyard. He then looked at Hansen and said, Only blue blood power can combat blue blood power. If you cannot win, you can at least have a chance of surviving. Willing or not, you are already blue blood. There is no other choice now. Han Yufei is on a cold planet. Go and find her. Tell her who you are, and she will help you. Hansen looked at Han Jinji and thought of many things. To be honest, from now on Hansen still thought the Han Jinji was still kind of fake. Even though it might have been him, what he talked about was hard to believe. It was beyond belief. Hansen looked at Han Jinji and said, Many people say you cannot have babies. Why is that? Go and find Han Yufei. She will give you all the answers you want. Han Jinji looked at the sky and said, There is no time. The red umbrella is coming. You should go. Red umbrella? Hansen asked. Is that the woman with Human King? What is your relationship with him? Han Jinji looked at Hansen and laughed. He suddenly kicked Hansen in the face and pushed him back. There should have been a stone floorboard behind him, but Hansen had flipped the stone floorboard. He fell. It was like he was falling into an abyss. Kid, remember to live no matter what. Even if things are bleak, don't ever give up. You must live at all costs because you need to live. Do that, and your family has hope. Han Jinji's voice rang in Hansen's ear. Hansen felt some power continue to pull him down. He could not shake it off. Perhaps it was because Hansen could not control his body now, but that power could not stop him. Now Hansen was not able to stop falling. Chapter 3005 Trade of Luck Pang. Hansen felt as if his body had hit water. He was following the stream, continuously rolling in its flow. He did not know how far he had rolled. He stabilized his body and came out of the water. He realized he was emerging from a lake. He saw many grass fields around and clear blue skies overhead. The lake was so clean that it was like a mirror. The sky was reflected in the water. It made people feel as if they were swimming in the sky. What is this place? Hansen knew that it was not a simple place, since he had fallen there through strange means. He had likely fallen through some teleport. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in that lake. He went to a place that was like a mountain. There were many mountains and dense woods around him. No matter how he had fallen, he would not have found himself in a field. Hansen looked around. He noticed space was different from before. He was no longer in the same system. He wanted to get up, but the red and blue blood were causing too much of a conflict in his body. His limbs were numb. He could barely control himself. Hansen knew that if this continued, he would lose complete control of his body. He knew his body would guide him to do something he could not control. He gnashed his teeth. He used his shaky hands to grab the medicine Han Jinji had given him. He popped the lid and drank the liquid. Now he needed to heal himself like a dead horse. He could not allow himself to lose control. Hansen still did not understand things very much. He did not understand why the blue blood inside his veins gave him a desire to kill Bauer. He had no such feelings for Bai King or Sun Moon God Ape. Is it because of the xenogenic battle body or Bauer herself? Hansen suddenly could not think of the answer. Hansen drank the medicine, which tasted like spring water. It expressed all the bloody air. The effect was better than a pill that stopped diarrhea. Blood Pulse Sutra was running at an insane pace. Without the blood air, it finally stopped running, no matter if it was the blue blood or the 9-life cat tattoo. It was like a fire had been put out. Everything quieted down. It works. Hansen got control of his body again, but then he felt depressed. When Blood Pulse Sutra stopped, his body had no more power to run. No matter the Geno Art or Blood Pulse Sutra he tried to cast, nothing worked. That meant Hansen's body had true God-class power, but no special skills to use. Right now, Hansen could jump very high, but he was unable to fly. He could punch a star, but his fist had to touch a star to do that. This is bad. I cannot fly now. How else can I go to the cold planet? Hansen felt a bit sad. Hansen was able to risk using the Blood Pulse Sutra power again. Yet he was that afraid after using the Blood Pulse Sutra, he would end up activating the blue blood power again. If that happened, he would be in trouble. It looks like I will have to see if my Super God Spirit mode can break the blue blood power. Hansen ceased hesitating. He tried to use his Super God Spirit mode. Boom. A bright, white light was on Hansen's body. It made him go into Super God Spirit mode. His entire body was like a God Spirit in space. All of the powers returned to Hansen's body. Because of Wanner, the Super God Spirit mode only lasted a short amount of time. Hansen quickly returned to his normal body. I cannot remove this weird situation affecting my body. Hansen noticed he was still unable to use any gene power. On top of that, his blood was still blue. It looks like I must go to the cold planet. Hansen planned to go to the cold planet. Even if Super God Spirit mode could remove his blue blood, he still wanted to find Han Yufei and ask her what was going on. Now he could not remove the blue blood restrictions. That meant he really had to go. Han Yufei should be the woman who was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. If I know her face, then she was in Two Worlds Mountain. Finding her should be easy, but how do I go to the cold planet? Hansen rested for a while. He let his body recover before using Super God Spirit body again. That way he could use all kinds of Geno arts. At that moment, he used Dongxian area to scan the planet. He looked at the star map to review the geography. The results were disappointing. It was just a primitive planet. There were creatures, but they were low-life creatures. There was not a single creature with intelligence that could talk. It was the same with the planets around him. Hansen was not familiar with those planets. Aside from this planet, no other planet had life or civilization of any kind. That means I can only risk using galaxy teleportation. Hansen was glad his Super God Spirit mode could be used. Otherwise, he would be jumping around in space. He would not know when he would reach the cold planet if he did that. Hansen rested on the grass for a while. After he recovered his energy, Hansen used the Super God Spirit mode again. He used its moment of time to make use of galaxy teleportation. Because he was unable to confirm the location and distance, he used luck to teleport. He did not know which way to go, or where the desired location was situated. Hansen prayed, "Please God, be nice to me. Let me teleport to a planet with intelligent life." Patong. Super God Spirit Mode lost its effect. Hansen fell out of galaxy teleportation. He felt as if he had fallen into water again. Am I having some extremely bad luck with water? Why do I keep falling into water? Hansen dragged himself out of the water. After looking around, he did not know what to say. He had fallen into water, but he did not fall into a lake or river. It was not a sea or a bathtub. He had fallen into a big pot. It was a very big steel pot. The pot was 12 feet wide and about 21 to 24 feet tall. It was half filled with water. Some other things were floating in there. There were chives, ginger, garlic, and chili. Hansen started to salivate. He licked it. He felt a numb and spicy taste overwhelm his mouth. Holy crap! Why did I teleport into someone's hot pot? What is he doing cooking numb and spicy fish? Hansen looked around. He discovered the pot had a lot of green and red chilies, and many other spices he could not even recognize. The red and green chilies were all bigger than his head. It was not some normal species. Hansen wanted to get out of the pot. When he looked at the bottom of the pot, he froze. The pot had more than just spicy chilies. There was something alive in it. Hansen knew it was something living. What is going on? Has the godless fights number 8 empty dragon king become a crayfish in a spicy hot pot? No. He is numb and spicy dragon king now. Hansen looked at the living thing at the bottom. He did not know what to think. Chapter 3006 Baby God Walk. A dead xenogenic body was in the giant steel pot. It was entirely shelled and looked like a centipede. It was at the bottom of the pot. Although the shell had been cooked, it was a bit red. The shell was a bit different from Empty Dragon King, who was black. Still, Hansen knew for sure that it was Empty Dragon King. Its name was Empty Dragon King, but it was not like it grew like a dragon. Its body was like a centipede. Its head was like a beetle, and its tail was like a scorpion. It had also had the wings of a dragonfly. With that appearance, whoever saw it would never forget it. Hansen had seen it fight. He remembered it clearly. Empty Dragon King's power was the top in a true god, and it had empty elements that enabled it to go through materials. Who is powerful enough to kill it and turn it into numb and spicy Dragon King? Hansen did not think his power was inferior to Empty Dragon King, but killing it would not have been easy. Empty Dragon King's power was rather like Little Star. It could go through all materials, and it could go through empty material space. It was a foe that was incredibly hard to deal with. Hansen was next to the pot. He stuck his head out and carefully looked outside the pot. He could not use power. He could not use blue blood either. He was unable to fight, and his opponent had cooked Empty Dragon King. It was best if he remained careful. Hansen looked around and discovered that he was in a giant cave. The stone pot he thought he had found himself in was not actually a pot. It looked like a wok. A wok was like a legless tripod. It was a tool used to cook fish and meat in ancient times. Now it had been turned into a tool of torture. In the control of a violent leader, the prisoners were thrown into the wok and cooked alive. That wok was hanging by a few large chains that were as thick as thighs. It was hanging in the cave. There was a fire on the ground below the cave. It was spitting out flames. It kept burning the big wok and boiling the water inside it. It kept releasing heat. Empty Dragon King, which was inside the wok, had been cooked red. Fortunately, Hansen's body had absorbed the blue blood. It made him highly resistant to heat. The heat that could cook Empty Dragon King was unable to cook his body. It was just that the water was a bit hot. The smell of the food also kept going into his nose. I do not know where this pot and fire came from that it can create such heat in the pot. If I was here for a long time, I would end up being cooked just like Empty Dragon King. Hansen noticed the cave was empty. He wanted to climb out from the pot, but he suddenly heard someone speaking at the cave's entrance. Someone walked into the cave. Hansen went back into the pot. He was half submerged in the water. He used a large green chili to hide his body so he could eavesdrop. He heard a rough voice say, "Empty Dragon King has been cooking for so long, yet he still isn't cooked." How long will it take to bring out all the essences of his genes? A person with a sharp voice, which did not sound yin or yang, said, You have not been here for long. You do not know how things are here. I remember how long it took to cook the growler. It took 3.9 billion years to cook until the Geno essence was cooked out. This empty Dragon King was not as strong as the growler, but it is a top-class true god. Without 18 million years, I do not think the essence will be cooked out. I say we do not have to go to such trouble, the rough voice said. Just cook empty Dragon King. Isn't that faster? The sharp voice rang again. Of course not. You need to cook the whole thing slowly so that the baby god Wok can cook the Geno essence out completely. Therefore, the Geno essence will not be damaged. That is how we cooked the xenogeneics in the past. I am afraid this time it is too late. The lady is going to be an adult. In the coming-of-age ceremony, she has to drink Geno holy fluid. Before the lady has her coming-of-age ceremony, we must cook empty Dragon King's gene essence all out. I thought you said it takes at least 10 million years, the rough voice said with confusion. The lady's coming-of-age ceremony is in 2 days. How are we going to cook it? Otherwise, why would Master ask us to come here? The sharp voice asked. We need to make the fire stronger, so it will be done before the adult ceremony. We need to get the empty Dragon King's essence all out. I thought you said if we cook it too fast, the gene essence will be destroyed. That is what would happen normally, but Master allowed me to bring this treasure. Put this in the pot and cook it together. It can speed up the cooking time, and the gene essence will still be whole. You just need to follow my instructions. When the lady has finished her adult ceremony, the Master will reward us. When Hansen heard that, he saw a creature in front of the pot. Hansen could only raise his head far enough to see a part of it. He could not see anything else. The creature's head was half the size of the pot. It looked very weird. Its face was black, and there was a giant eye on its nose. The head had a horn that blazed with green fire. It looked like a one-eyed ghost king. Hansen had no information about that xenogeneic, and he could not use his sense power. He did not know the xenogeneic's level. The xenogeneic looked into the pot. It looked like it was looking at empty Dragon King. He saw empty Dragon King's shell turn red. He shook his head and said, The shell just turned red. We must hurry up. After that, the ghost king-like xenogeneic took a box out of a chest. It carefully pulled something out and placed it in the pot. It seemed to think of something and screamed, Stop squeezing. Spit out your true young fire. Hurry up with the fire. We must cook all the empty Dragon King's gene essence out before the adult ceremony. It smells so nice, the rough voice said. I just want to take a look. What are you looking at? If your saliva drops in there, you will ruin the lady's holy Geno fluid. If we do that, we will not be permitted to live. Hurry up with your work. Hansen watched them argue. He did not listen. He looked at the thing that had been thrown into the pot and was shocked. The xenogeneic in the pot was a newborn baby. It looked like a human baby. It was a fat human baby. The baby was in the pot. The boiling water in the pot made it loudly cry. The baby's meaty little hands and legs were being burned red. It kept splashing the water. Chapter 3007 Ancient Spirit Type Hansen knew the little kid was not a human. The temperature of the pot was enough to cook true god-class flesh. If that little kid was a human baby, before it was even in the pot, the heat of the steam would have cooked its flesh. The kid that was in the water now was just a little burned skin. It still struggled in the water, but whatever it was nothing normal. What is this thing in here? Hansen looked at the baby crying in the water. He had many guesses, but he did not know what sort of race it was. Hansen could not use the Dongxian aura. He could not see what things were like outside the pot, but the water temperature kept rising. He did not need to see anything to know that the two xenogeneics were using fire element powers to heat the baby god Wok. What do I do now? Hansen had to rest a little longer before he could use Super God Spirit mode again, but the temperature of the pot was getting higher. Even his skin was starting to feel prickly and painful. The baby cried even louder. It kept making splashes in the water. Although its skin was hardy, it was just a baby. It could not really move. It could not escape the baby god walk. The little baby struggled a bit. It somehow approached Hans Sr. Go, go, go. Do not come any closer. Hansen saw it almost kick away the green chili next to him. Hansen used his hands to try and push it away. The little baby touched Hansen's hand and discovered him. It was like a koala bear. A fat little hand held onto Hansen's arm. It stopped crying and looked at Hansen with puppy eyes. I can barely save myself. I cannot save you. Go, go, go. Hansen kept thinking as he tried to swing it away. He wanted to lose the little baby's clutch on him. The little baby was like it was stuck on his arm. He could not shake it off. Hansen did not dare to speak or make a big movement. He did not know what to do with the presence of that baby. Weird. Why did the ancient spirit seed stop crying? The one-eyed Xenogeniac's nasally voice was heard again. It gave Hansen a chill. He must have gotten cooked, the rough voice said. Ground heart flame. The baby god walk is already so hot. With my true young flame and your ghost underworld fire, it was bound to cook this true god Xenogeniac. It was just a baby. What do you know? The one-eyed Xenogeniac asked. That was not a normal baby. It was an ancient spirit seed, you know. What is an ancient spirit seed? The rough voice asked with confusion. The one-eyed Xenogeniac coldly said, I cannot believe you used to be a leader of a system, yet you don't even know about the ancient gods' ancient spirit seeds. After pausing, the one-eyed Xenogeniac explained, ancient gods are based on their ancient god origins. That is how they go on. When the old ancient gods die, they leave an ancient god origin behind so new ancient gods can be created. So the number of ancient gods is fixed. There will not be any more, and there will not be any less unless the ancient god origin is destroyed. The ancient god will use a mysterious ritual to make new ancient gods, but there is only one ancient god that has ever had their ancient god origin destroyed. He activated the ritual and made a new ancient god. This ancient god comes about like a newborn baby, and their powers have not been approved. They cannot support elemental powers. That is why they are called ancient spirit seeds. They will become a real ancient god once they receive the approval of an element. Does that mean the ancient spirit seeds are ancient gods? Do we use ancient spirit seeds to make genofluid and give it to the lady? Does that mean we are eating those of the same kind? The rough voice had not finished talking when it was interrupted. Be quiet. Don't keep talking. No one would ever think you are a mute. The one-eyed Xenogeniac hushed his voice and said, Our master is the king of the ancient gods. One ancient spirit seed is nothing. Even if you cooked a real ancient god, no one would say anything. The volume of the rough voice lowered as it quietly replied, Weird. The rules claim ancient god needs to wait until the old ancient gods die before the new ancient gods can be reborn. If that is true, why does the master only have the lady as an heir? That is not a secret you and I are allowed to know about. Stop talking and hurry up with the fire. We must cook the genofluid before the lady's adult ceremony can begin. We cannot afford to fail at this. The one-eyed Xenogeniac briefly paused and went on to say, You keep cooking. I will take a look at what happened to that ancient spirit seed. You do not need to look. It must have been cooked. Just do as I tell you and stop talking crap. Hansen heard the one-eyed Xenogeniac move. He looked at the ancient spirit seed, which was still holding his arm like a koala bear. There were many tears in its eyes. It made him sigh. I cannot believe I am in the realm of the ancient god. And this is ancient god king's territory. Can I escape with what I have now? He saw the one-eyed Xenogeniac's head come above the pot. Hansen brought the ancient spirit seed with him in a jump. Hansen stepped onto the one-eyed Xenogeniac's head and started to fly. He ran toward the path leading out of the cave. The moment he rushed out, Hansen saw another Xenogeniac. It was a Xenogeniac that looked like a black bear, but it had 8 arms. It was spitting out a fire at the bottom of the walk. Its brain did not seem to work. It saw Hansen bring the ancient spirit seed out with it. It watched Hansen head through the tunnel, and did not do anything. Why are you standing here? The one-eyed Xenogeniac madly shouted. There is an enemy that has invaded here. He has taken the ancient spirit seed. Hurry up and chase after him. He turned around and raced down the tunnel where Han Sen had run off into. Because the tunnel Han Sen had selected was only tall enough for one person. The one-eyed Xenogeniac was too big to give pursuit. So he had to break through the rocks to maintain the pace. Han Sen could not use Geno arts, but his body power was true god class. When he ran, he was like lightning. He quickly down the many tunnels that led to various places. People could not even see his shadow. The ancient spirit seed held onto Han Sen's arm. Its small face was twisted. It was being blown by the wind. Han Sen put the ancient spirit seed onto his chest. The ancient spirit seed let go of his arm. Its hands were now clutching Han Sen's clothing. It opened his eyes and smiled at Han. Senator Han Sen did not have the sensing power of the Dongxian aura. He just went down every path he came to and crossed every bridge he saw. He was like a headless fly traveling down the tunnels. Fortunately, he did not encounter any other Xenogeniacs. He also did not see anyone else from the ancient gods. Han Sen eventually felt a bit safer. Suddenly, the cave up ahead widened. There was a large underground space with many weird flowers and fruits. It was a beautiful underground garden. A white-clothed girl was sitting on a swing in the garden. She was looking at Han Sen and the ancient spirit seed that had just entered the garden. Chapter 3008 Doing This is Wrong. Why are you here? Han Sen and the white-clothed lady both spoke at almost the same time. The lady in front of him was the dragon lady chef. She had left Space Garden to practice. She had yet to return. Han Sen wondered where she had gotten to. He certainly did not expect to run into her there. I don't know. I was on a Xenogeniac island hunting Xenogeniacs and met a weird guy. He said I could be his inheritor, and he brought me here. Dragon Lady paused and went on to say, he often brings me rare Xenogeniac ingredients I can cook with. This place is not all that bad, so I have not been in a hurry to those two Xenogeniacs keep referring to a certain lady. Might that be you? Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he looked at Dragon Lady. He appeared to be surprised. The ancient gods were always mysterious, and that was especially true of Ancient God King. If that Dragon Lady could inherit Ancient God King's stuff, perhaps she would be able to become very powerful in the universe, and no one would dare provoke her. What lady? Are you insulting me? Dragon Lady frowned. Not that kind of lady. Han Sen wanted to explain, but he suddenly heard a booming sound. The one-eyed Xenogeniac and the eight-armed black bear Xenogeniac came rushing in. Kid, where are you going to run? Get ready to die. The eight-armed black bear weirdly shouted. 8 of his pores were shining. They created 8 little suns that were lobbed at Han Sr. Big dumb bear, what are you doing? Dragon Lady shouted at the eight-armed black bear. The eight-armed black bear heard Dragon Lady's voice. It made his entire body shake. He made his little suns even smaller. He wished to say something, but the one-eyed Xenogeniac spoke first. My lady, this kid stole the ancient spirit seed. We are going to take it back. You should avoid this situation and allow me to reclaim the ancient spirit seed. We can talk all about this later. After that, the one-eyed Xenogeniac and eight-armed black bear wanted to resume the attack on Han Sr. How many times must I tell you guys to not call me lady? Dragon Lady coldly shouted. Plus, who is allowing you to capture people in my place? Furthermore, he is a friend of mine. If you guys touch one finger of his, I will turn you guys into barbecued pork. He is. Little Masters. Is he your friend? The one-eyed Xenogeniac and the eight-armed black bear were in shock. Get out of here before I cook you, Dragon Lady coldly said. We can't do that, the eight-armed black bear angrily said. He still has the ancient spirit seed. If we don't take it back, the master will scold us. The one-eyed Xenogeniac quickly pulled the eight-armed black bear back, smiled and said, You should rest, little master. We will leave now. After that, the one-eyed Xenogeniac pulled the eight-armed black bear away. The eight-armed black bear looked unsatisfied as it asked, What are you pulling me away for? If we do not bring back the ancient spirit seed, and master is angry, we are going to be done for. You don't know anything, the one-eyed Xenogeniac said. The Geno holy fluid is for the master giving it to the lady. If the lady's commands were disobeyed, the master would be even angrier. Then, our situation will be made even worse. If the lady has already told us what to do, then this incident is out of our hands. We should just go and tell master. It hastened its departure. In the garden, Dragon Lady checked Hansen out and said, "That weird man poured blue blood all over you. Your body seems a little different." "Did you see it too?" "Yes, I am a little different." Hansen had a wry smile. "Your muscles appear leaner," Dragon Lady said while looking at Hans Sr. "The fat ratio has been lowered. Meat like this is not suitable for cooking. You would do fine as a meatball." Hansen's forehead developed a cold sweat. "Don't look at me like I am food." After pausing, Hansen looked at the Dragon Lady and said, "It looks like you improved fast. You look like you have improved a lot." "As I said, that weird guy gave me a lot of high-class xenogenic ingredients, so I have a lot of high-class genes," Dragon Lady replied. "I am butterfly class now. He says he is going to get me a Geno-Holy fluid. He said that if I drink it, I can become a true god." "So the empty Dragon King in the wok has been cooked for you." Hansen sounded jealous. "What empty Dragon King?" Dragon Lady sounded surprised. Hansen explained the whole thing. Dragon Lady sounded a bit angry. How could they do this? They really shouldn't have. Such a cute little baby. How could they dare to cook it? Hansen nodded. The ancient spirit seed on his arm nodded too. Dragon Lady said with seriousness, "Right, for such a superior ingredient. How could it be cooked so randomly? They should have let me cook it instead." The foreheads of Hansen and the ancient spirit seed on his arm developed some black lines, especially the ancient spirit seed. It looked scared and tried hiding in Hansen's arms. Hansen pointed at the ancient spirit seed and said, "Cough cough. By the way, Dragon Lady, if there are not many effects and there is a replacement, can we not kill it for my sake?" The thing really did look like a human baby. Hansen did not want to see it become food. "I am fine with that," Dragon Lady said while opening her arms. "I just do not know if he will agree." Plight. A voice echoed across the giant, underground garden. A god spirit-looking character broke space and entered the garden. Hansen felt a chill. He looked at the god spirit-like person. In the shiny light, he saw a male body. Because of the rainbow light, he could not see exactly what he looked like. "My name is Han Senator. Are you ancient god king?" Although Hansen did not feel the power of his opponent, with that atmosphere, he knew he should have been something big. Ancient God King coldly asked, "Are you Dragon Lady's friend?" "Call me Ancient Origin God." "You said you can let him live," Hansen quickly asked. "Is that true?" "Of course I can let him go, but without it, empty Dragon King cannot be cooked in a short period of time. It will delay the time needed to create the Geno-Holy fluid. Unless..." Ancient Origin God did not keep talking. "You can just tell me directly." Hansen knew there was something else. "Unless you can find a replacement. From what I have seen, you are not bad." Ancient Origin God looked at Hansen as he spoke. When he said that, Hansen's expression changed. He felt sorry for the ancient spirit seed, but not enough to trade his life for it. He would not die for it. Dragon Lady stopped before Han Senator. She looked at Ancient Origin God as she said, "He is my friend. You cannot lay a finger on him." Chapter 3009 Ancient God King Blood. "Don't be so worried," Ancient Origin God coldly said. "I just wanted a drop of his blood. It is not like I was going to put him inside the baby god wok to cook. Why are you being so nervous?" Hansen and Dragon Lady felt relieved, but Hansen was still curious. He looked at Ancient Origin God and asked, "Why do you my blood?" "If you take the ancient spirit seed, we will require a replacement," Ancient Origin God said. "Your blood can be that replacement." Hansen frowned and did not say anything in response. The entire universe knew Human King had poured blue blood all over him. The blood in his body was blue. Now Ancient Origin God wanted a drop of his blood. He did not think it was as simple as Ancient Origin God was making it out to be. One drop of blood was not a major loss for Hansen either. To be able to get the ancient spirit seed in return for a drop of blood was an acceptable exchange. "Okay, I will make the trade," Hansen said as he looked at Ancient Origin God. But there is something I would like you to help me with. I know what you are going to ask about. Ancient Origin God said. Give the ancient spirit seed to Dragon Lady, then you may follow me. After speaking, he walked out of the garden. Hansen gave the ancient spirit seed to Dragon Lady and said, Wait here. I am coming with you, Dragon Lady said with a frown. Do not worry, Hansen said with a laugh. Moment God was unable to do anything to me, so he cannot do anything. Dragon Lady looked at Ancient Origin God as he departed and said to Hansen, He is the king of the ancient gods. He is not any weaker than Moment God, so do not be reckless. Hansen replied, I understand. Just wait for me here. He passed the ancient spirit seed into Dragon Lady's arms. The ancient spirit seed was nice and grabbed Dragon Lady's neck. After he left the underground garden, Hansen saw Ancient Origin God ahead. He quickly caught up with him. Ancient Origin God kept walking and said, We ancient gods were once the leaders of this world. We ate the livers of dragons and dined on the guts of phoenixes. Everything was our food until Sacred Leader and Sacred appeared. Our people suppressed the sky. We were invincible. Hansen did not know why Ancient Origin God was suddenly talking about all of that. He had heard about it before since the ancient gods had a bright history. But that was a long ago and few recalled their past glories. It was not just the ancient gods era either. Even the sacred era was only remembered by a few old antiques. Most creatures of the universe did not even know the word sacred. All they knew about were the very high ancient gods and extreme king. Ancient gods were not as famous as the ancient gods of yore, who were able to conquer the universe. For Ancient Origin God went on to say, But when Sacred appeared and the god spirits descended to fight, the ancient gods fell. We were not the leaders of the universe anymore. Do you know why the ancient gods were made like so? Hansen was quiet a moment before saying, Ancient gods breed by the generations. If the ancient god Origin is not destroyed, the ancient gods can carry on. Their powers are not damaged. According to the theory, you guys can be the best. I also think it is weird how ancient gods ended up like so. Ancient Origin God said, Yes. From back then until now, 3,000 ancient gods, not one more and not one less. Even if an ancient god's ancient god Origin was destroyed, they can be reborn as a new ancient god in Godland. In theory, the ancient gods can be in the best condition. He seemed pretty excited as he spoke. Even the rainbow lights on him looked weird. Ancient Origin God went on to say, But that is just a theory. In fact, after Sacred appeared, ancient gods have been less. Are you saying Sacred killed ancient gods? Hansen asked with a frown. That is not right. Even if they killed ancient gods and destroyed their ancient god origins, your godland can create more ancient gods. They should not be reduced like that. Ancient Origin God coldly said. That is why we feel so weird. Our ancient gods are missing. We cannot see them, and we cannot find their dead bodies. In Godland, no ancient god can respawn. They just vanish from the universe. There were 3,000 ancient gods, but now there are only 300 ancient gods. Even our god king is gone. He disappeared after the sacred era. Did that really happen? Hansen quietly asked. If so, it leaves only one possibility. Someone imprisoned these ancient gods. That is what we thought too, Ancient Origin God said with a sigh. We have scoured the entire universe. No matter whether it was sacred or outer sky, our people's searches were in vain. We were never able to find anyone. Although we guess Sacred did something, there has been no evidence to support it. Now Sacred is destroyed, so it is so difficult to get to the truth. Hansen thought. Something so evil. There is an 80% to 90% chance it was done by Qin Xiu. Aside from him, who else would have had the means to make the famous ancient gods be reduced to this? Hansen did not say that out. He looked at Ancient Origin God and asked, So are you not old God King's heir? Ancient Origin God nodded. After our God King died, our people were forced to pick a new God King. That was my past life. I had no relation to old God King. Hansen grabbed his jaw as he said to himself, So, are you saying Dragon Lady? Yes. In her body, There is an old God King origin gene. It exists within her. For some reason, her body has mixed with the genes of another creature. It made her blood very impure. Ancient origin God confirmed Hansen's guess and added, although things are like that, her God King gene is still complete. It just needs to be activated. I am going to use the ancient God special food recipe to make Dragon Lady eat many xenogenic gene essences, so she can activate her God King gene. She will then take the seat of the true God King. Hansen frowned after hearing that. The king of the ancient gods sounded powerful. Now that he thought about it, the world was in chaos. Demons were dancing everywhere. God spirits were everywhere. Allowing Dragon Lady to assume responsibilities for an entire race was likely not a good thing. Hansen stared at Ancient Origin God and asked, have you asked for Dragon Lady's opinion about all this yet? Ancient Origin God smiled. Don't worry, we ancient gods no longer have the ambition to rule the universe. We just want to survive. We just want to find out where the missing ancient gods went. If Dragon Lady does not want to become God King, we will not force her. If she can continue the God King blood, that would be enough. It does not matter if she becomes a God King or not. She just needs to continue on with our blood. And we need the Geno Holy Fluid. Hansen stared at Ancient Origin God and suddenly asked, why do you need my blood? Ancient Origin God returned Hansen's gaze. He coldly said, because your blue blood belongs to Sacred Leader. That is the gene power of Sacred. The ancient gods used to rule the universe and eat every race. We absorbed the gene essence of every race to reinforce our bodies, but we never had the gene essence of Sacred. With Sacred Leader's powerful genes, if Dragon Lady can get the help of that gene essence, she will improve even more. Chapter 30 10 Adult Ceremony. When Hansen heard that, his expression kept changing. It was not like he did not want to give Dragon Lady a drop of his blood, let alone a drop of blood. Hansen would have given her a bucket of blood if she needed it. For him, it was nothing that would harm him. But that was blood Hansen could not really give since he could not control the blue blood power. If Dragon Lady had some blue blood and was unable to refine it, she would end up being infected by the blue blood. That would have been bad. Do you really think Sacred Leader's blood was really that easy to absorb? Hansen seriously asked. To be honest with you, I am infected with the blue blood. I am being controlled by the blue blood power. I cannot take control of my body, and I still cannot find a way to get rid of my blue blood. Are you sure you want Dragon Lady to risk this? If you ask me, it's a bit reckless. When Ancient Origin God heard that, he nodded and said, what you are saying kind of makes sense. Although I, Ancient Origin God, eat all kinds of races, Sacred's genes are different. We must be aware of that. Ancient Origin God was silent a moment before saying, how about this? If Godfather Han is willing to help, give me one drop of your blood. I will have an ancient god try it. If it turns out to be okay, then Dragon Lady can give it a shot. Hansen did not think that would be a problem. He cut his finger and placed a drop of blue blood into a jade bottle. The blue blood was so still. The color was like blue ink. It did not appear to be anything special. Godfather Han is so nice to us, ancient god. I will always remember this. Ancient Origin God accepted the jade bottle and called an ancient god over. The body of the ancient god was made of something like steel. It was like a steel monster. Hansen looked at him and knew that he was an ancient god with metal power. Ancient Iron God, drink this blood. Ancient Origin God gave Ancient Iron God the jade bottle. Yes, sir. Ancient Iron God did not hesitate or ask why. He accepted the jade bottle and drank the blue blood inside it. He swallowed it completely. Hansen and Ancient Origin God stared at Ancient Iron God. He did not seem to have any reaction to the liquid. Ancient Origin God asked, Ancient Iron God, can you refine that blue blood? Ancient Iron God's face looked weird as he said, that blood is in my stomach. It is like a rock that cannot be refined. Really? Ancient Origin God looked at Senator Hansen was shocked. When Human King dropped blue blood all over him, the blue blood immediately invaded his body. There was no need for refinement or anything. Now that he thought about it some more, Hansen started to have a guess. Humans are mixed with crystallizer and sacred leader's blood. Human king is the human alpha. It would be easy for me to combine with his blue blood. If other races seek to use the blue blood, I am afraid that might not be so easy. Ancient Iron God was unable to refine the blue blood. He could not melt it. If I cannot refine it, I will try to put it in the baby god Wok. Ancient Origin God made Ancient Iron God spit out the blue blood. The blue blood still looked like crystal. It had not been affected by anything. He put the blue blood back in the jade bottle. Ancient Origin God led Hansen to a baby god Wok. This wasn't the same baby god Wok that cooked Empty Dragon King. There was only half a bowl of water in it. The flame beneath it was raging. It kept boiling the water in the pot. No matter how much the water bubbled and boiled, there was no steam. The water levels did not decrease. Ancient Origin God put the drop of blue blood into the water. That drop of blue blood combined with it. It was still in the shape of a liquid blood drop. Ancient Origin God called the 8-armed black bear and one-eyed Xenogeniac over. The 2 Xenogeniacs spit out flames. One spat green fire, which helped the fire on the ground, but it burned for half a day. It got to the point where the baby god Wok was all red. The water inside bubbled like a dragon rolling. The blue blood still did not exhibit any changes. Ancient Origin God's face changed. Sacred Leader's blood is very powerful. Even the baby god Wok cannot cook this gene essence. Hansen sighed. The blue blood is not refined, but maybe that is not a bad thing. With how weird the blue blood is, if it was refined, perhaps that would just lead to a nightmare. Just like what happened to me. Ancient Origin God went silent for a while. He then said, blue blood really is weird. If things are like that, we will research it first. The Geno-Holy Fluid will not add this blood. Then the ancient spirit seed. Hansen hesitated to say it. Do not worry, Ancient Origin God said. I promised you I would not take its life. I will find another way to cook and extract Empty Dragon King's gene essence. Godfather Han, you came just in time. You should come and take part in Dragon Lady's adult ceremony before you depart. Hansen nodded and agreed. This was a big thing for Dragon Lady. Hansen wanted to go to the cold planet, but he might as well remain there for another 2 days. Back in Dragon Lady's garden, Hansen and Dragon Lady talked about how they had been in recent times. Dragon Lady learned that Hansen had been trapped by the blue blood, and he needed to find Han Yufei somewhere on the cold planet. She said, Ancient Origin God said I can leave freely after the adult ceremony. I can accompany you to the cold planet in case you encounter danger out there. Right now, the whole universe knows you have Sacred's blue blood. Many old antiques might want to harass you. If they find where you are, you might end up in danger. Hansen did not refuse her offer. He smiled and replied, Thanks. In that case, I will enlist you as my bodyguard. I am not really a hero, Dragon Lady gently said. I am just a chef. If someone wants to give me some cooking materials, I would not decline the offer. Hansen stayed in the garden and waited for the adult ceremony to start. The ancient spirit seed was awfully clingy. It always climbed on Hansen and never left him. Although it looked like just a baby, it was a newborn ancient god. If it was awakened, it would become an ancient god and get god power. It had not woken up yet, so it was hard to tell what sort of ancient god element it would end up having. Hansen waited 2 days. It was time for the adult ceremony to start. Ancient Origin God invited Hansen to watch. In a giant ancient god plaza, many ancient gods broke space and appeared. Some ancient gods looked like they were made of fire. Some ancient gods looked like metal ancient gods. Some of them were made of rocks. Every ancient god had their own element. All of them were incredibly scary. Although ancient god had less than 300 people, many of them were already true god. Now they were all together. Hansen could not use his Dongxian aura to scan, but he was able to tell how scary they all were. No wonder ancient god is one of the 3 high races. It is hard to imagine what it would be like and how shocked the sky would be if there were 3,000 of these people running about, Hansen thought. When Ancient Origin God arrived, the adult ceremony started. Ancient Origin God was holding an old copper tool that looked like a june. The item looked lively. It generated steam that came out of its exit. Ancient Origin God looked serious. He held the bronze tool with both hands. He read aloud in a language that Han Sen could not understand. It was like he was praying. It felt mysterious and serious. When Ancient Origin God was praying, his body glowed with Rainbow God light. The Rainbow God light was strong. Ancient Origin God put his rainbow-like blood into the bronze tool. After that was done, Ancient Origin God gave the bronze tool to another ancient god. That ancient god behaved just like Ancient Origin God. After praying, he placed a drop of rainbow blood into the bronze tool. They passed it to each other. The 200 ancient gods placed their blood into the bronze tool. They then gave it to Dragon Lady. Chapter 30:11 Forever standing by her side when Dragon Lady held the bronze tool. It kept shining with a rainbow color. The life force was like a rainbow mist. Han Sen was very jealous as he watched. That bronze tool was probably made of many true god-class xenogeneics. He was able to hear some god-demon big beasts crying and roaring. 1 cup of geno fluid was worth many years of Han Sen's work. Those 300 ancient gods, which was every ancient god's blood, made it enough to boost someone to true god elite status. Han Sen complimented the scene. Are the adult ceremonies of the ancient gods always this lavish? I would really like to become an ancient god. Dragon Lady was standing on the altar. She was holding the bronze tool. She drank the Geno holy fluid in one giant gulp. The cup of holy Geno fluid had too much power inside. When it was delivered into Dragon Lady's body, her body underwent radical changes. There were burning flames, lights, invisible wind, and crazy thunder everywhere. The sun, moon, stars, sea, and the sky flashed. Many weird scenes took place on that altar. One was not really able to see where Dragon Lady was amidst it all. That is a massive amount of energy. Can Dragon Lady's body withstand such a large intake? Han Sen started to get worried. That power was too much. Do not worry. She has the God King blood of our people. She can accept the power of the Geno holy fluid. Ancient Origin God had somehow walked next to Han Senator. He looked confident about the result. Are the ancient god adult ceremonies always this lavish? Han Sen asked. Ancient Origin God shook his head. Of course they aren't. This is a traditional ceremony only reserved for the god kings that are becoming adults. Even if our race could eat everything when we conquered the universe, only the ancient god king could enjoy such a ceremony. Ordinary ancient gods cannot enjoy such a ceremony. Plus, these days, the ancient gods aren't as rich as they used to be. It is harder to get the ingredients for the Geno holy fluid. When I became a god king, not even I was reserved such treatment. This Geno holy fluid is not as good as the old ancient god king Geno god fluid. In the past, there were 3,000 ancient gods, so the elixir was bestowed the power of 3,000 ancient gods. Now there are only 300 of us. Han Sen agreed with that. If every ancient god played like that, every high-class xenogeneic in the universe would have been eaten by them. Han Sen thought. Fortunately, the ancient gods are not as effective as they used to be. If the universe was still controlled by the ancient gods, everyone would be their food. That would be much worse now. Ancient Origin God seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. Ancient Origin God calmly said, "We ancient gods are about return to origin. Ancient gods themselves are a part of nature. We only need resources that are enough for us. We do not aspire to take everything. We do not want to be like the other races, attacking and stealing as much as we can to fill our coffers and stomachs. To waste resources for one's enjoyment is selfish. After the ancient gods die, aside from the ancient god origins, their energy returns to the universe." I see. Han Sen now understood. The power the ancient gods had now was insufficient for ruling the world again. It was not difficult to create a faction, but he had never heard of the ancient gods ruling a large area. It seemed as if Ancient Origin God was telling the truth. Boom. Suddenly, they heard a shaking noise come from the altar. Many weird scenes were unfolding there. Dragon Lady's body was revealed. Dragon Lady was wrapped up in some weird armor. She also looked weird. She was like someone praying before an altar. There was a giant and weird wall behind her. When Han Sen looked closer, he saw that it was not a wheel. It was something that was made of many cutleries. There was a knife, fork, cleaver, and spoon. There was also a barbecued steak and a spatula. They were all cooking utensils. They were behind her back, lined up like a wheel. The first cutlery tool was shining with a god light. It released a powerful presence. It was like a demon or a god that one was unable to look at. Ancient God King's blood is finally revived, Ancient Origin God said. Because she is a mix, her Ancient God King blood has exhibited some changes. She should not be looking like this. His face was contorted and looked strange. Are these changes good or bad? Hansen did not have his Dongxian aura to scan her. He did not know if Dragon Lady's situation was good or bad. I do not know. We will take the time to gauge that. Ancient Origin God's answers came thick and fast. After the adult ceremony was complete, many of the ancient gods left. They all lived in different places. It was not commonplace for them to gather together. Dragon Lady, who was wearing armor, walked in front of Ancient Origin God and asked, Ancient Origin God, are you going to keep your promise and let me go free? Of course, Ancient Origin God said with seriousness as he looked at Dragon Lady. Before that, I really want you to reconsider whether or not you want to continue with asserting the seat of the Ancient God's God King. Dragon Lady shook her head. I am willing to have the Ancient God identity, but only as an ordinary member of the Ancient Gods. I do not want to be a king to the Ancient Gods. Ancient Origin God smiled and said, that is fine. I said I would not force you. It is enough for you to admit that you are one of the Ancient Gods. Hansen thought the Ancient Gods would not let her go so easily, because they had given her so much. After all, the Ancient Gods were unlikely to be able to produce another Geno Holy Fluid anytime soon. Ancient Origin God really did set Dragon Lady free. She was able to leave. He even gave Hansen the directions for the correct cold planet he sought. Hansen found a place where there was no one else around. He asked Ancient Origin God, why don't you stop, Dragon Lady? You know I am embarking on a perilous journey. She might be put in danger by following me. Ancient Origin God gently said, she will be the king of the Ancient Gods. Our king will be the highest in the food chain. If she cannot go through anything dangerous, she would be unable to stand atop that food chain. So, do you still want her to become king to the Ancient Gods? Hansen thought this was right. After all, the Ancient Gods had given her many resources, so letting her go was not easy. She has the blood of an Ancient God King, Ancient Origin God said. Only she can become the real king for the Ancient Gods. I cannot force her to become an Ancient God King, but I have faith that she will assert the responsibilities by her own volition one day. Are you saying the Geno God Hall or the Sacred Blood? Hansen could hear the sound of Ancient Origin God. I don't know, but I can feel this is the calm before the storm. The universe is going to be a mess. We Ancient Gods cannot wait and watch. I believe Dragon Lady will be a true Ancient God. When she needs to accept the responsibilities of king, she will do so with pride. Even if I am down one day, she will carry the Ancient God and keep the flame alive. Ancient Origin God looked at Hansen with eyes that were on fire. He seriously asked, Hansen, tell me, when that time comes, will you be allied with Dragon Lady? If Dragon Lady is willing to have me, I will stand by her side forever, Hansen seriously said. Chapter 30 12 Han Yufei on the cold planet. A man and a woman traversed a snow area. The man was holding a little baby wearing fur. Ancient Origin God had made a space element Ancient God teleport to help Hansen, Dragon Lady, and the Ancient Spirit Seed get to the planet. It saved Hansen a lot of trouble. Hansen thought it would not be difficult to find someone on the icy planet. When he reached it, he realized it would not be easy. Although the cold planet was a planet with life, the environment made it a harsh place to live. The temperature of the planet was very low. Many cold element xenogenic creatures were living there. The only beings with high intelligence were a race of creatures called snowmen. The snowmen were not xenogenics. Their technology had yet to reach what was expected of those living in the interstellar era. Even the evolution of their bodies was capped by the planet's level. They were very far behind. The only thing Hansen discovered was that the snowmen had villages and a language of their own. They did not know how to speak the common tongue of the universe, so it made communication with them difficult. Hansen and the others visited a dozen snowmen villages, but they were unable to gather any news about Han Yufei being there. Is Han Yufei really on the cold planet? Hansen was starting to wonder whether or not Han Jinji had spoken the truth or not. He had frequently been called the greatest liar, so it would be no surprise if this was just another fib. Hansen was most depressed about his inability to make use of his Dongxian aura. Otherwise, he could have used it to scan the entire planet. If Han Yufei was really there, she would have been easy to find. Hansen was thinking about whether or not he should use his Super God Spirit mode to use Dongxian aura for scanning the entire planet when Dragon Lady suddenly asked, "What is this?" Hansen followed Dragon Lady's direction. There was a snowy mountain in the ice fields. Seeing a snowy mountain was not weird. What was weird about it was that the snowy mountain looked like a giant steam bun sitting on the ice. It looked large and strange. The cold planet had ice and snowy mountains everywhere, but there were no circular ones. The texture of the ice and snow could not have made an ice mountain or snow mountain that was half circular. Let's go and take a look. Hansen's body moved fast. He was like a bolt of lightning going straight for the half-circular snow mountain. Hansen soon noticed that it was not a mountain. It was a half-circular building covered with heavy snow. There was no snow near the entrance. I cannot believe there is a high-tech building here. Even if this is not where Han Yufei is, we will likely find a lead or two about her there. Hansen looked at the curved metal door. He knew the snowman could not have constructed that building. Dragon Lady followed him. The two of them looked at the building. The metal door opened, allowing Hansen to see what was inside the building. Does ice compose most of this building's construction? Hansen noticed that the building was full of semi-transparent ice. No matter if it was a table or platform, it was all made of ice. Only the tools and high-tech stuff was made of metal. Welcome to Zero Laboratory. A very old robot walked out to meet them. Its head was like a big half-circular light bulb. It looked like a police siren. It flickered with red and blue lights. It was headed toward the gate. When Hansen and Dragon Lady saw the robot, they wanted to say something. Their expressions swiftly changed. The robot's head shone a light on them. It quickly froze their bodies and turned them into ice cubes. I found 3 test subjects. This is great. Master will be so happy. Ha, ha, ha. The robot used a voice that sounded electric, but it did not sound like a robot. Pang. The robot was going to take the frozen Hansen and others away when the cold Dragon Lady's body suddenly flickered with light. She broke out of the ice that encased her and raised her hands. A giant knife and fork appeared in them. Even though you are a robot, you must still be able to understand food. Dragon Eater's 8 skills knife and fork dance. Dragon Lady sounded calm, but the knife in her hand was like a storm as it attacked the robot. Noises of metal clashing sounded everywhere. The robot was captured by the fork. When the knife and fork danced about, he was chopped into pieces. He turned into broken copper cast all over the floor. An icy snow-like fairy came flying out of the light coming from the robot's head. It flapped its little wings and dodged Dragon Lady's knife and fork storm like a ghost. It quickly flew deeper into the building. Now Hansen knew the robot was just a disguise. The snow-like fairy Xenogeniac was its true self. Do you want to escape? Not so fast. Dragon Lady looked cold as she shouted. Dragon Eater's 8th skill, barbecue pork. Dragon Lady's fork went flying. It went straight for the fleeing snow fairy. The fork trapped it, making it unable to move. Dragon Lady moved the fork, and the snow fairy's body flew back through the air. In the next second, Dragon Lady's knife arose with a storm of fire. She was going to cook that snow fairy straight away. The snow fairy struggled and screamed, "Master, help me!" Seeing the fire was going to touch the snow fairy, a cold light suddenly flashed. The shadow of the fork was broken by the cold light. The snow fairy was set free. It flapped its wings and flew away. She dodged the dangerous flame that sought to cook her. Deeper into the hall of the laboratory, a woman was wearing a white lab coat, short skirt, stockings, and high heels. She had short hair and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. She had a scalpel in her hands. The cold light came from the scalpel. The snow fairy raced to the woman. It flew around her, saying, "Master, they broke into the lab and wanted to kill me. Capture them and make them a test subject." The woman's vision was snared by Dragon Lady's gaze. It looked like there were sparks between them. The woman coldly said, "I thought someone dared to trouble me here in my lab, but it was just a mixed ancient god. I suppose that is perfect for a test subject. She will come in handy." When Dragon Lady heard that, her face turned sour. She held the knife and fork and raised her eyebrows. "Before that, you will become food on my plate." The two women stared at each other. The knife, fork, and scalpel all shone. It was so scary. The levels of their powers continued to amp. "Stop it. We are all friends here. We should talk about this. This was all just a big misunderstanding." Hansun broke the ice and stepped forward. He ran between the women and stopped them from fighting. The two women spoke the same words at the same time. "Who says I am friends with her?" After that, the woman saw Hansun and looked at him with shock. "It's you. Why are you here?" "Han Jinji sent me to find you. He said only you can sort out my blue blood problem." Hansun did not cut corners. "Han Jinji? Who is that?" Han Yufei looked confused. Chapter 30:13 doesn't know Hansun was shocked. Han Jinji had him seek out Han Yufei, but Han Yufei did not know who Han Jinji was. That was quite a weird twist. "You don't know a Han Jinji? He is an old man, and something of a fortune teller. He has double eyelids above long and narrow eyes." Hansun described Han Jinji's appearance. Han Yufei shook her head. "You know that I was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. Unless he is someone from Sacred Era. How am I supposed to know who he is?" Hansun was shocked. He thought, yes, Han Jinji is not so old. He might be old for humans, but before someone like Han Yufei he is less than a few years old. How could he know who Han Yufei was? "Come on in first." Han Yufei turned around and went into the laboratory. Hansun said his greetings, and Dragon Lady followed. The snow fairy shut the door behind them. That icy bunker/laboratory was full of ice. The temperature was low. Hansun saw drawers and cans made of ice. Through the half-transparent ice, some weird stuff was visible inside them. There were organs of creatures, some colorful liquids, and some large ice cupboards with entire xenogeneics in them. "Take a seat." They entered a room that looked somewhat like a lounge. Han Yufei sat on an ice chair. She looked at Hansun and asked, "Did you say that guy Han Jinji told you to find me here? How does he know I am here? How does he even know my name?" "He told me to come and look for you here, but said nothing else. I thought you might be close to him." Hansun felt depressed. It seemed as if he had been tricked by Han Jinji. "I can tell you with complete certainty that I have never heard this name before. I do not know this person." Han Yufei was silent a moment and then asked, "Why did he tell you to come and look for me?" "My body has blue blood. I thought you would know that already." Hansun frowned. "Blue blood? What blue blood?" Han Yufei frowned. "Did you not see what happened in the god palaces?" Hansun asked with shock. "I have so much research to do, so I have no time to watch such things," Han Yufei said. Hansun told her about Human King dribbling all the blue blood on him. After Han Yufei heard his tale, her face changed. She grabbed Hansun's hand. Before Hansun could react, she pulled a needle out of nowhere and thrust it into one of his fingers. She drew some of his blood. Before he said anything, Han Yufei ran out of the lounge. She went into a laboratory, which had all kinds of tools. Dragon Lady and Hansun wanted to enter, but Han Yufei did not even look at them as she said, "Stand outside and do not come in." Hansun knew that normal people should not enter a laboratory. If they fiddled with some tool and messed up a test, that would be bad. So he just waited outside. Fortunately, the laboratory wall was made of ice. It was crystal clear, so they could see what was going on inside. Han Yufei used all kinds of tools and tubes to research the blue blood. After an hour, she came out of the laboratory. "Not bad. The blood inside your body is sacred blood." Han Yufei was checking Hansun out. She went on to say, so your body already has sacred leader's genes. Otherwise, you would not be able to combine with that blue blood. As for that guy who gave you the blue blood, where did he get sacred leader's blood from? The amount of it is almost like sacred leader himself. Could that person be sacred leader? Hansen always wondered if human king and Qin Xiu were the same person. No, Han Yufei said with confidence. Why not? Hansen did not know why Han Yufei was so sure about that. Follow me. I need to give you a full body check. Han Yufei led Hansen to another laboratory. She said, sacred leader's blood is different from ordinary blood. If the guy you told me about was the real sacred leader, then he could not have spoken to you face to face. Hansen was confused, so he asked, what does that mean? Han Yufei kept walking and said, you should have heard about sacred leader wearing armor at all times. No one has seen his face. Isn't that correct? Yes. Hansen had heard about that before. Since he had met Qin Xiu's soul and saw his statue, he had not thought it was a big deal. Han Yufei said, sacred leader wore armor because his body was special. If he did not wear armor, his body would have had a big problem. Let's not say he cut his hands and gave you blue blood. A sacred leader would never have exposed his hands outside of his armor. So, the guy who gave you blue blood must not have been sacred leader. While they were talking, Hansen was led into another laboratory by Han Yufei. This laboratory was different from the last one. This laboratory had been constructed with impressive technology, and the temperature was not quite as low. Hansen entered a chamber. Han Yufei started the tool that would enable a full scan of Hansen's body. As Hansen was lying in the chamber, he asked, was sacred leader's body sick? Why would he have problems if he did not wear armor? You should feel it, right? Han Yufei asked. When your blood turned into blue blood, you were cut off from all the rules and powers of the universe. Hansen nodded and confirmed. He did not just feel it. It was very strong. Sacred leader himself did not just create a barrier. Without the protection of the armor, his body would have been destroyed by the ruling powers of the universe. He would have had to fight against the whole universe. You know the ending. Han Yufei kept using her tools as she spoke. When Hansen heard that, his heart jumped. That sounds so familiar. It sounds like in the sanctuaries. When you level up to a higher sanctuary, the higher level sanctuary's rules would destroy you. Han Yufei looked at the data on the monitor and frowned as she said, weird. What is weird? Hansen asked. Aside from the blue blood genes inside your body, there is another gene, Han Yufei quietly said. That gene is very close to the blue blood genes, but it cannot combine with the blue blood. It is because of that gene you did not become completely blue blood. That should be the 9-life cat tattoo. Hansen told her about the 9-life cat tattoo. Now, Hansen was starting to believe what Han Jinji had told him. It looked like Han Yufei would be the one to sort out his current problems. At least Han Yufei understood blue blood. Han Yufei looked at the data on the monitor and spoke to herself. 9-life cat genes, huh? That should be impossible, unless... She suddenly thought of something. She quickly controlled the tool and rescanned Hansen's body. Chapter 30:14 A lead on sacred leader. Of course, this is right. After 1 hour, Han Yufei looked very excited. She stared at the data board with an enthralled glow. Hansen was depressed, so he asked, what is the situation now? Is there a way to take the blue blood power out of my body? Answer a few of my questions first. Han Yufei did not wait for Hansen to agree. She immediately asked, you come from the sanctuaries, right? Yes, that's right. Hansen nodded. There was no real point in hiding it now. Han Yufei looked at Hansen with interest as she asked, you are a mix of crystallizer and sacred leader's blood, aren't you? I don't know. Although Hansen agreed with the assessment, it was not something he could believe in 100%. Yes, you are, Han Yufei told Hansen with absolute certainty. Hansen did not understand and asked, how can you be so sure? Han Yufei coldly said, because it was me who was in charge of sacred leader's research into the blood. Only I researched sacred blood, and only my assistant saw some. Without that information, No race's blood can be combined sacred leader's blood. Your assistant. Crystallizer. Hansen suddenly noticed something. Han Yufei once told him that after the crystallizers had their genes modified, they would become more intelligent. So Han Yufei and Sacred Leader hired them as test assistants. Yes. It was a crystallizer. If you are a crystallizer and you can combine with blue blood, it is without a doubt that you are a crystallizer mix that contains Sacred Leader's blood. Because the research was not a total success, combining with Sacred Leader's blood was very weak. It did not affect the natural blood of a crystallizer. People would not be able to tell, so they would just assume you to be a crystallizer. Han Yufei paused and smiled before saying, I cannot believe Left Crazy was that smart. He only saw that little bit of information, yet he was able to do this. It must have been very hard for them. Even if I am a mix of crystallizer and sacred, what is the connection with Nine Life Cat? Hansen asked. Nine Life Cat, Ghost Car, Phoenix, and Holy Kirin were the 4 holy beasts of Sacred. In fact, they were important research for Sacred Leader. It is different from researching with Super Gene. The research on the 4 holy beasts was about making the creatures of the universe holy spirits and turning them into new creatures that could rival God spirits. Only Holy Kirin was a success. The other 3 holy beasts were not a success. That was especially true with the Nine Life Cat. There was some problem in the process. Speaking of that, Han Yufei looked solemn. She went silent and did not continue speaking. Was there a problem? Hansen's expression showed that he was in a rush. He had been chasing this for many years, and he was finally on the cusp of learning the truth. His desire for finding this out was something no one could understand. I don't know. Han Yufei's answer almost made Hansen jump. How could you not know? Hansen's eyes opened wide. He stared at Han Yufei. I really don't know. The process of making a holy spirit was dangerous. In the test, Nine Life Cat was injected with too much spirit. His spirit could not take it, so he broke. Therefore he died. His body had no life force. After that, Sacred Leader took Nine Life Cat's body away. After saying that, Han Yufei looked at Han Sr. I only found out from you now that Nine Life Cat did not die, and his blood is close to blue blood. That should be impossible. Han-sun had a strange expression. He had many thoughts swirling through his head, but he screamed. What you are saying is that Nine Life Cat was revived because of Sacred Leader. Does that mean Nine Life Cat is? Before Han-sun said anything else, he thought that possibility was too shocking. Han Yufei nodded and said, From what I guess, there are 2 possibilities. One is that it is just as you say. Perhaps Sacred Leader used Nine Life Cat's body to conduct more tests, and Nine Life Cat became a vessel for him. The other possibility is that Sacred Leader used his blood. He gave it to Nine Life Cat and then somehow, Nine Life Cat was revived as a new type of species. Only that could explain why the Nine Life Cat's gene power is so similar to Sacred Leader's blue blood. That is why Nine Life Cat's power can combat blue blood power. Only sacred power can restrict sacred. Which do you think is the likelier result? Hansen looked weird. He thought about the demon lady before she died. She told him to be wary of Old Cat. Now that was starting to seem very interesting. I don't know. Han Yufei turned off the machine and let Hansen exit the chamber. Hansen stretched his body as he asked, Is there a way to erase the blue blood inside me? The genes are combined, so it is impossible to erase it now, Han Yufei excitedly said. Why would you want to get rid of it? If it is just blue blood power, that would be very bad. But your body has Nine Life Cat's mutated blue blood genes. These mutated blue blood genes will not be destroyed by the rules of the universe. You just need to combine the 2 powers into one. Then, you can perfectly get a hold of it, and will be a Sacred Leader that will not be destroyed by the rules of the universe. You can achieve more than what Sacred Leader did. By then, you would not need the super gene to kill God spirits. Why would I want to kill God spirits? Hansen asked with a frown. Hansen had tried to be a God spirit. Although God spirits were a bit dangerous, it was not like they had to be destroyed. Regarding the harm, when every race was making themselves stronger, the crimes they committed were worse than the God spirits. The harm they caused was greater than anything the God spirits did. Unless he was born an enemy of the god spirits, he really did not see the point in killing god spirits. Han Yufei looked at Hansen weirdly. After a while she sighed. You still don't understand the god spirits and what they are. If you understood, you would feel the same way. You can make me understand. Hansen looked at Han Yufei with eyes that were on fire. It is hard to explain so suddenly. Han Yufei clearly did not want to answer that question. She changed the subject and said, "You should stay here. I will find a way for you to control the blue blood power. As for the removal of the blue blood, I do not think I can do that. After successfully combining with it, can I use the old Geno arts I have?" Hansen asked. "Impossible," Han Yufei said. "Sacred Blood's gene power is too powerful. Even if you did not get destroyed, you could not run it with other Geno arts. You can only use this power, but that is enough." Hansen had an odd expression as he asked, "Are you sure that after having Sacred Blood power, I cannot use other powers?" "Of course. I thought you have experienced this," Han Yufei said. "By the way, I am very interested in learning more about Han Jinji. Tell me more about him." Han Yufei squinted her eyes. "Sure. As a trade, I want to know what god spirits are," Hansen calmly said. Han Yufei looked at Hansen seriously for a while and said, "Sure. I can try to explain, but I cannot promise that you will understand." Chapter 30 15 God and Immortality. Hansen looked at Han Yufei as he said, "If you are willing to explain, then I should be able to understand." Han Yufei was non-committal. She coldly said, "Aside from ancient god and god spirits, the universe's creatures have a mortal life. Do you know what determines their lifespan?" Hansen thought about it and said, "Different creatures all have different lengths of life. That is usually determined by their genes." Han Yufei nodded. "Indeed, unless they die by accident. Otherwise, what affects their lifespan is usually down to what is in their genes. Different creatures have different genes that determine the length of their life. But that is not something absolute. In fact, many other variables can affect a lifespan. For example, there is cryosleep technology in the universe. That is very common. It can slow down the renewal of genes and extend one's life. Cryosleep technology is a stupid idea. When you are frozen, it is like you are dead. In the meantime, it is totally pointless. Compared to that, there are high-class time Geno arts that can make your body clock stop, so the genes in your body never renew. Technically, you would be immortal and forever young. Just like you." Hansen looked at Han Yufei as he spoke. Han Yufei had been trapped in Two Worlds Mountain for God knows how many billions of years. Yet she had maintained a youthful image. She had not died. That must have been a result of time powers. Han Yufei did not answer Han's senator. She went on to say, "According to the theory, many creatures can be immortal. In fact, it is not like that. No matter if normal creatures or true god xenogeneics have a powerful time power, if they live longer than their gene's lifespan, they will die by accident. Before Sacred appeared, that was very common. Powerful existences, such as true dragons or phoenixes, no matter how powerful they are or how strong their life force, will die at some point in time." "Are you saying that the god spirits take the lifespan of creatures?" Hansen's head flashed. He thought about the god spirits stealing one's lifespan. Han Yufei nodded and said, "Yes. It is like that. When Sacred appeared, they forced open the space barrier. They forced the god palaces to appear, and killed God knows how many of the god spirits that descended. The god palaces were heavily damaged. After I was set free, I saw many old antiques that remained alive. Some even hailed from Sacred's time. With their current lifespan, they cannot live much longer. The only explanation is that because of Sacred's god fights, there was a flaw in the god spirit's control. That is how they were able to use all methods to live up until now. Before Sacred, this had never happened." "Does that mean killing god spirits is to obtain immortality?" Hansen frowned. Although what Han Yufei was saying made sense, Hansen still thought there was something amiss. "Immortality, to me, isn't what I am looking for, but I don't like the feeling of being restricted and calculated. How long I live is something I should determine. After all, it is my life. The god spirits are trying to take those rights away. I am not going to allow them to succeed. I want them to feel what it feels like to have their lives in the hands of others. Han Yufei used her hands to lift her black-framed glasses as she spoke. This woman. She is insane. Hansen had to admit Han Yufei was the scariest woman he had ever met. Hansen suddenly remembered the scroll. Han Yufei's crime was committing blasphemy against a god spirit. Her crime was worse than God's retribution. Now it was starting to make sense. Hansen was pretty sure that in the sacred era, she must have conducted tests on the god spirits. That was probably a crime that was worse than slaying a god spirit. Of course, you were unable to find it. The metal god temple is the god temple Sacred tried to recreate. He wanted to replace the original god temple to become the leader of the universe, so they would not be restricted by the god palaces and Geno Hall. They wanted to replace the entirety of the god palaces. Before they could succeed, Sacred was destroyed, and Metal God Temple was ruined. I did not know Tai E rebooted Metal God Temple. Hansen wanted to say something, but he felt the entire laboratory start to shake. The ice walls were breaking. Even the metal was breaking. It was like there was an earthquake. Some scary presence covered the entire place. Even with Hansen's slowed reaction, he sensed how scary it was. Chapter 30:16 Shadow God, Sacred's remnants, come out and die. A godly voice echoed throughout space. The ice walls of the ice bunker's laboratory exploded. The tools were breaking and falling apart. Han Yufei's eyes suddenly looked cold. She was holding a scalpel. She ran out of the ice bunker's laboratory and exited the ice bunker. She pulled a metal orb out of her pocket and threw it. That metal orb fired out some light. The lights crossed each other to become a bisema. It protected the ice bunker from further harm and filtered out the godly voice. The lab stopped breaking. Han Sun and Dragon Lady ran out of the ice bunker's laboratory. The space around them turned dark. It was like the whole cold plant was disconnected from the world. In the darkness, there was a black shadow floating in the air. It coldly looked at them. The scary god sounds came out from that shadow. Because that shadow and darkness were combined, they were not able to see what it looked like. They only saw a pair of red, gleaming eyes. They were like two blood marks in the air. Hansen clearly felt that the two eyes were looking at him. Besides, what the guy had said earlier was not hard to decipher. This unknown being was coming after him. What is your name, and why have you come here? Hansen loudly asked. Shadow God. I am here to scrub up the last remains of Sacred. The powerful god voice returned. The red eyes in space looked even angrier. It's the Annihilation class Shadow God that has descended. It looks like the god spirits are really afraid of Sacred Leader's blood. They could not wait to destroy all who possess blue blood. Hansen's stern face did not change. He looked at Shadow God and coldly asked, to clear the remnants of Sacred, shouldn't you go after the guy who gave me blue blood instead? Are you not going to kill the one who caused this? Did you really come for me, who is a victim of the blue blood? It seems like god spirits are just wimps that only dare to bully the weak. As long as you are a remnant of Sacred, you should die, Shadow God said. His eyes were glowing with a red light. They turned into two red beams that went straight for Han. Senator Han Sun readied himself for a fight, but Han Yufei's body moved first. She was in front of Han Sun holding a controller. Han Yufei's finger touched the controller twice. Suddenly, a light screen came out from the controller. The screen looked like a mirror. Shadow God's red light beam hit the screen and ricocheted back. It made Shadow God have to fire another two red lights to extinguish it. Shadow God, I don't care about who you want to kill, Han Yufei coldly said. If you dare to try and destroy my lab, you must pay the ultimate price. Han Yufei, this is none of your business. If you do not want to be trapped for another billion years, you should leave now. Shadow God coldly grunted. I want to know how you might attempt to trap me for 1 billion years, Han Yufei coldly said. If you have a death wish, I will grant it for you right now. Shadow God's voice coldly boomed. He glowed with a red light. This time, it did not manifest as a laser and leave him. It was like two red suns were glowing weirdly in the dark of space. Han Sen's and Dragon Lady's expressions changed. They had already mustered all the power they could to defend the place, but they felt as if they were losing control of their bodies. They were like wooden dolls just standing where they were. It was not just that either. Han Sen's body suddenly lost all control and moved. The ancient spirit seed was still on his arm, but the arm moved. His hands moved to grab his own head. He tried to twist it like he was attempting to twist his own head off. Dragon Lady was the same. She held her own head. Her neck had already been turned 90 degrees, and it was still twisting. The neck bones started to creak and groan. It was like her head was going to be ripped off at any moment. It made Dragon Lady's mouth and nose start to bleed. Han Sen was not doing well either. He felt as if his neck was going to break soon. His jaw was almost touching his back. His face was all puffed out. He was going to explode. I am ripping my own head off. That is a new way to die. Han Sen mocked himself. He knew that he and Dragon Lady were being controlled by Shadow God's power, but he just did not know what sort of power it was. How could he lose control of his body without knowing it? Han Sen was trapped by the blue blood power, so he was unable to fight back unless he used his Super God Spirit More or Blood Pulse Sutra to activate the blue blood power. Aside from that, there was nothing he could do. Pang. While Han Sen wondered about which power he should use, he suddenly saw Han Yufei's hands control the controller to bounce back a beam of light. That beam of light went 3 feet and spread. It turned into a light umbrella. Han Yufei pressed the button on the controller that had become an umbrella. The light umbrella suddenly turned black. She placed it over their heads and blocked Shadow God's red light influence. Han Sen and Dragon Lady let out a long sigh. They had regained control of their bodies. Han Sen was still moving his neck, which was in pain as he asked, "What is that red light power?" The red light was just his help. His real power is that. Han Yufei pointed at the floor. Han Sen looked and saw nothing on the floor. They were standing atop the ice bunker. There was snow on it. Han Sen suddenly understood. Han Yufei was talking about the shadow. When the red light shone, Han Yufei's black umbrella created a black shadow. It covered Han Sen in its shadow. "Do you think this can block my Shadow God power?" Shadow God coldly asked. His eyes were glowing with red light. It made the shadow around become clearer. Han Sen quickly discovered that the umbrella in Han Yufei's hands was shaking. It looked as if it was going to get blown away any second. Han Yufei slightly frowned. She wanted to do something, but she heard a ding-dong sound come out from the dark of space. It was like many bells were tolling. Han Sen and the others immediately saw a purple light emerge from the dark of space. 10 of those lights were like a real dragon pulling a copper carriage. It was like the sky and earth had a line of light. "This is Purple Fight's bronze carriage." Han Sen looked at it. He noticed where the car was from. He had been inside Purple Fight's once upon a time, sitting inside that bronze car. The cloud dragons were pulling the car to a point above the ice bunker laboratory. The entire ice bunker laboratory was covered by the shadows of the car and cloud dragons. There was a sudden "sia" noise. The bronze car's car door opened. Purple Fight walked out. He looked at Shadow God, who was in the dark. Chapter 30 17 Number 1 General, Sacred's first general. "Purple Fight, I have heard of your name," Shadow God coldly said upon seeing Purple Fight. "What a shame. All you have left is just your mind now." Purple Fight ignored Shadow God. He looked down to peer at Han Yufei. Han Yufei looked disdained. She coldly said, "My business is none of your business." Purple Fight's voice sounded soft in his response. "I am not meddling in your business. I am merely not allowing anyone to hurt you. Do you not think I am as good as him?" Han Yufei looked glum as she spoke. Purple Fight shook his head. "No. No matter how strong you are already the strongest in the universe. As long as I am here, no matter who it is, they must go through me before trying to hurt you." When Han Sen heard that, his skin flared up with goosebumps. He thought, these two actually have something going on. But Han Yufei said Purple Fight was dead, and only his mind continued to exist. Is this Purple Fight I am seeing now and not his true body? Enough. Do you guys think I don't exist? Shadow God could not listen to them any longer. He was furious. His god voice was like thunder coming down. His red eyes grew bigger and dyed the dark world red. Under the bronze car's shadow, Han Sen and the other shadows were covered. He was not able to control them while they were under that shadow. Now, Han Sen shockingly discovered that Purple Fight had no shadow. He was like a phantom or ghost. While the red lights from Shadow God's eyes grew brighter, even his body, which had combined with the darkness, was appearing. Han Sen and the others now saw it clearly. Shadow God was like a black, evil dragon. His entire body was full of black, inky scales. He had a pair of black butterfly wings. His head looked like a dragon, but he only had one horn. His entire body was releasing a weird, ghost-like black fire. It was like darkness itself was coming out from his body. He saw the wings on Shadow God's back flap. The dark space around followed the wings and flapped. The darkness gathered. It turned into a scary big black beast that was visible from every angle. True dragon, phoenix, heron, fish bird. All kinds of creatures from all sorts of legends kept appearing in the dark. All of them had a scary presence. They did not look like shadows, but their bodies were as black as ink. They looked like shadows, but they looked rather real. They all looked weird. They looked as if they were real and not real. One was not able to tell. Can the xenogeniacs that become a black shadow actually fight? Han Sen was deeply shocked. If they had fighting power, even if they doubled their numbers, it would be impossible to repel those scary creatures. Han Yufei's expression did not change. She sounded casual as she said, "These are Shadow God's shadows born from his shadow power. These are not really xenogeniacs." Han Sen felt relieved, but Han Yufei went on to say, "But these shadows have 80% of the original xenogeniac's power." Hearing that high percentage, Han Sen was speechless. All of space was currently full of those scary xenogeniac shadows, including a phoenix. All of them were a true god-class existence. Ignoring the 80% power mentioned, even if they had just half of their original power, there were so many of them that they would likely destroy everything in their path. The shadow in the darkness, revive your soul. Punish this world. Shadow Kingdom. Darkness descends. While Shadow God was roaring, countless shadow xenogeniacs roared. They were all headed for the cold planet from every angle. The shadow of each xenogeniac was strong. Each of them was able to destroy a planet. Now they were rushing like a tide of beasts that covered the sky and ground. They were coming fast. It was like a black, demonic wave. This scene was shocking. Dragon Lady and Han Sen were ready to fight. With such a scary power descending, they did not think Purple Fight could repel the enemy alone. Han Sen was even planning on using Super God Spirit mode to escape. The scary shadows were coming down on that place like a tide. It was not some power only two people could deal with. Han Yufei just stood where she was. She was not planning to fight. She calmly looked at the xenogeniacs that came from every direction, and did not move. Suddenly, Han Sen felt a scary presence coming. It was like some battle from ancient times. It suddenly filled up the sky and area around them. He looked at Purple Fight, whose body had purple air rising. His whole body was releasing purple fire that he could not control. He released a scary battle mind. There was a purple light visible. The darkness turned purple. Like I said, as long as I am here, no one can hurt her. Purple Fight's voice sounded cold. His eyes burned like fire. Let me see what the mind of the #1 general can accomplish. Show me what you can do. Shadow God's body blazed with a black flame. It made the shadows in the darkness develop, even more xenogeniacs. Purple Fight's expression did not change. Han Sen and Dragon Lady were prepared to fight. The xenogeniacs arrived too quickly. It was like the end of the world. It was like the world was ending by a flood. Boom. In that second, Purple Fight's battle mind was totally activated. The purple flame gathered to become stars. It was like a universe of stars surrounding him. Very angry like a mad cow. Purple flowers make the universe kill all the stars around. Purple Fight's voice was so cold that it was like ice. The universe of stars around his body exploded. The scary battle mind swept through the universe. It was like a purple star-going supernova and sending a billion lights flying. Wherever the starlight went, everything was destroyed. The Xenogeniacs were like a tide, but they were killed by the starlight. It was like charcoal going against the snow. The darkness in space suddenly turned bright purple. Purple Fight was like a star in the center of the universe. A sky full of stars was spinning around him. The tide of demons covering the sky and ground were swept away. Shadow God screamed and vanished in the purple starlight. Purple Fight, if my body was not limited, I would not let you do this, Shadow God said before his voice disappeared. Space started to go back to normal. Purple Fight said nothing. He just looked at Han Yufei. He returned to the copper car. 10 cloud dragons pulled the copper car away. It disappeared into space. Purple Fight is very powerful, Han Sun complimentarily said. It is no wonder he fought with Sacred Leader once upon a time. He had heard Purple Fight was the most powerful general in Sacred, but he had never been able to witness how powerful he was before. Now he had seen it with his own eyes. Purple Fight, who only had his will left, used his own power to beat an Annihilation-class God Spirit. Go back. The God Spirits will not be coming here anytime soon. We must get you the power to control Sacred's blood. Han Yufei looked where the copper car had disappeared to. Without emotion, she returned to the lab. Chapter 30:18 Do you really understand? In the ice bunker's testing room, Han Sun looked weird. About that, Teacher Han, can that really make me control blue blood power? Han Sun stood atop an ice platform with one leg. He raised his hands to balance himself out. He looked like an old chicken standing. He had been doing this for more than 10 hours now. Han Yufei forced him to stand like that the entire time. She did not allow him to do anything else. She hadn't injected him with any geno fluids or anything of the sort either. She hadn't taught him a new geno art, which made Han Sun very suspicious. Is this not enough? In that case, I should add some more, Han Yufei replied. She placed an apple on Han Sun's head. She lifted her black-framed glasses and squinted her eyes. Control your body. Keep it from moving. Teacher Han, is this really going to work? Han Sun wondered. He thought Han Yufei was playing with him. If standing there allowed him to control the blue blood power, why would she need high-class research apparatus? Sacred Leader's many years of research appeared to be going to waste. Han Yufei coldly asked, Do you know what still means? Han Sun said, I have learned many skills to train my patients. The geno arts I have practiced can enable me to control my own skills. I am confident about this. Really? Han Yufei was holding a thin and long stick. She pointed at Han Sun's chest and poked it. Han Sun's body was very still. It was like a mountain. He did not move. Han Yufei pulled the stick back and asked Han Sun, Did you feel anything with those 2 pokes? Pain, Han Sun answered. Anything else? Han Yufei asked. What else could I possibly feel? Han Sun was confused. Han Yufei was holding her stick. She knocked Han Sun's chest with it. So you do not understand your body. You cannot even describe your feelings. Creatures of a high level have bodily functions that are complicated. They have many systems inside them. Pain is just a simple feeling, but there are more changes and layers to it. You did not use your feelings to feel it. When the stick goes down, the clothes and your skin hit each other. When it goes against your skin, and when your muscles cave in and bounce back and your cells hurt, the small veins break. Did you really feel all that? Han Sun gulped his saliva. Although he controlled every inch of his muscles perfectly with the Dongxian aura, looking at himself and feeling himself was something he never bothered to do. Use your heart to feel your body's small feelings, Han Yufei seriously said. Make your body become absolutely still. If you can do that, it will be the time you can control the blue blood. Han Sun started to believe Han Yufei, so he seriously asked, What does being absolutely still mean? You make your body's organs stop running, Han Yufei explained. Everything stops. That will be you becoming absolutely still. If my body completely shuts down, That means I am dead, Hansen said with a frown. Although making his heart stop jumping and blood stop flowing was not difficult for Hansen, if his body's functions completely shut down, that meant he was dead. Stopping does not mean dying. Becoming absolutely just means that your body becomes absolutely still. It does not mean your life force is still. I told you that you wouldn't understand. You need to feel it. When your heart stops and your body is as still as a mirror, that means you have succeeded. Han Yufei used her stick to smack Hansen's butt and said, "Keep practicing. You do not have much time." Hansen used his heart to feel that strike. When the stick hit his clothes, they pressed down on his hair. It made the hair rub against his skin. It gave him an itch. He then felt the clothes and skin rub each other. Next, he felt his skin and his vessels feel the pain. When the pain appeared, the blood inside was pressed. It made him feel swollen. It was clearly in Hansen's brain. That complicated feeling could not be described in one simple word called pain. Han Yufei walked to her seat and sat down. She spoke to Dragon Lady and said, "You are very good at hitting people." "I am only good at making food," Dragon Lady quietly said. "Treat him like a slab of pork and go cook him." Han Yufei crossed her long, pretty legs and drank some tea as she spoke. "What if I cooked it?" Dragon Lady asked. "If his body, which has sacred blood, is so easily cooked, then I can only say he deserved it," Han Yufei said. Dragon Lady did not say anything. She walked over to Hansen and raised her hands. Her hands held two knives. The one on the left was curved like a crescent moon, and the other was like half a moon. One of those two knives was for cutting through bone. The other was to slice meat. For a chef, every blade had a different use. "Hey, you guys cannot be serious." Hansen looked at Dragon Lady approaching him without the smallest flicker of emotion. He felt a chill. His body was very strong, but she had ancient god king blood. She was already a true god and not weak. If the knives were to come down, a very strong body would not be able to withstand the strike. "Of course, I am serious. The body is yours, but feelings cannot be triggered on their own. You must have some other power outside to affect your body. When your body reacts, you can really understand your body. It is like a dumb kid that never went outside and never experienced gambling or drinking. He has never experienced what is good and what is bad." Han Yufei tried to slightly explain it. Hansen felt as if what Han Yufei was trying to tell him made sense, but the description was weird. "Take his clothes off first in case he makes them dirty," Han Yufei said to Dragon Lady, who was right next to Han. Senator Dragon Lady did not speak. She waved a knife and cut open the blue robe he was wearing. The robe slid down. The knife made a few catcha sounds. Hansen's clothes were cut. They all fell to the floor. Hansen noticed he only had his underwear left and yelled, "That is enough! That is enough!" Dragon Lady looked at Han Yufei. Han Yufei did not raise her head as she asked, "When you are cooking pork, do you leave the cloth on it?" "No," Dragon Lady answered. She waved her knife and Hansen's underwear fell off. It is no wonder why this is a body that is combined with sacred blood. Not bad. Han Yufei squinted her eyes to admire Hansen's body. Hansen wanted to say something, but the bone-cutting knife in Dragon Lady's left hand stabbed into his body. It made him take a deep breath. It hurt. His eyelids were quivering. He almost screamed. "Do not move," Han Yufei said without emotion. "Use your heart to feel your body." Chapter 30:19 Absolutely still. Hansen felt as if he was food on the chopping board. Anyone could have done something to him. Dragon Lady used all kinds of skills to torture him. She used a knife to slash and an axe to strike. She used fire to burn and water to boil. She used almost every method, even going so far as to sprinkle spices on him. Hansen wondered if Dragon Lady had wanted to do this to him for a long time. It was as if she wanted to eat him and see what he tasted like. Although Hansen was not able to use Geno arts, his body was still very strong. The knives in Dragon Lady's hands only inflicted small wounds. They were unable to cause big cuts. His wounds also recovered quickly. No scars remained after the wounds healed. Dragon Lady was holding back. She never struck with the desire or possibility of outright killing him. The bone-cutting knife hit him 100 times. It almost broke his belly, but there was never a strike that endangered his life. If Han Sen was a cow, Dragon Lady was a butcher. She could have scraped all the meat and left nothing behind. The intense pain was surging through Han Sen's body. Although his heart was tough, it was still very painful. He had to grit his teeth to avoid roaring out loud. Pain is just an alarm system for your body, said Han Yufei, who was nearby. The alarm is different and dependent on the situation at hand. There are many different alarms such as pain, itching, soreness, and numbness. Ordinary people only feel the strongest alarm systems, such as when your back is itchy, or you step on a nail. Normal people only feel pain in the foot, and ignore the itch on the back. You must feel the deepest sense inside everything. If you can understand every aspect of your body, you can really control it. Han Sen had to quiet down to feel the sensations of his body being injured, so that he could feel the pain. Hurting already made people feel bad, but Han Sen needed to feel the nitty-gritty details of it. There weren't words to describe how bad that made a person feel. In this kind of situation, Han Yufei required Han Sen to be absolutely still. She needed him to remain calm. That was like the devil's devil. Fortunately, Han Sen was not like an ordinary person. It took one day for Han Sen to get used to the feeling of pain. He was able to calm down and come to grips with the details and feelings of the pain. With a feeling like that, it was a little bit different. Even though pain was one feeling, it had many subtle layers. Different types of pain made the body react differently to the sensation. That represented the body having different levels of hurt. In response, the body made changes to it. Feeling pain was terrible. If one used their heart to feel it, some pain actually came along with some small and weird feelings. It made people unable to discover if it was a good feeling or a bad feeling. A normal creature's evolution mode makes the body tough and strong. They think that is power, but they will forget about the reinforcement of feeling. It makes your body more solid. The feeling powers will be delayed. This is actually the incorrect course of evolution. Not feeling pain does not mean your body isn't getting hurt. Having a sensitive body can make your body react much faster and more precisely. This reaction of the body makes you think faster. Han Yufei kept explaining. It would be like if you were sleeping and your legs were burned by fire. Your body raises the alarm of pain. It is sent to your brain, and your brain starts thinking and making you react to deal with the situation. Pain itself is a body's alarm. You do not need to think about what you have to do. You will make an ordinary reaction, and that is the fastest reaction. If you can make do by just using your body's reaction during a fight, then you will be faster than everybody, because you do not have to think. Compared with others, that saves you a lot of reaction time. Han Sen thought, that means I am just a brainless man with a simple head but strong limbs. She seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts. Han Yufei smiled and said, do not underestimate the natural reactions of your body. Brainless does not really mean you are dumb. If you can really make the body react in a fight, with the sacred blood power, you do not even have to use your brain to kill other creatures. Although Han Yufei spoke as if it made sense, Han Sen did not agree with her at all. He thought everything was better when he relied on thinking. On the other hand, if he was able to get a reaction power like Han Yufei was describing, it would not be a bad thing to possess. In fact, regarding what Han Yufei said, it wasn't necessarily a bad feeling. Yet, like many others, Han Sen ignored that question. Han Sen used his heart to feel. With Dragon Lady's help, it only took a few days for his body to react to small feelings. Even so, Han Sen did not think he was controlling the blue blood. It was still working with a mind of its own. It had not combined with his red blood. Han Sen asked his question. Han Yufei replied, to understand your own feelings is just the first step. What comes next is the true beginning. Do you remember what I told you? You must go to the absolute still level to really control the blue blood so that your body will stop and feel the details of itself. It is down to you to understand that. No one can help you. Ever since Dragon Lady stopped hurting him, Han Sen just stood alone without moving. Han Sen quickly discovered that to be absolutely still was entirely impossible. He was able to make his heart stop pumping and his lungs stop breathing. He had even made his blood stop flowing, but his body still had many of its functions running, like the brain and changing of cells. Hansen thought it would be easy to quiet them down. The more he tried to suppress them, the noisier his body became. Countless numbers of cells functioned. It was like a partying nightclub. Because of that, his feelings grew deeper. His feelings were supremely sensitive. The more he felt, the more his body could not be kept still. Hansen was no longer able to resist telling Han Yufei, "It is impossible to remain absolutely still. Blue blood power has never fit into the rules of this universe," Han Yufei coldly said. "If you cannot achieve absolute control of your body, how are you supposed to control a power that exists outside the rules?" Hansen did not say anything because what Han Yufei said sort of made sense. Only rare people did rare things. If he did not have the power to be better than everyone else, there was no way he could control the powers that weren't bound by the rules. Hansen tried to calm down and make his body much quieter. He hoped he could reach the absolutely still mode that Han Yufei described. The more Hansen wanted his body to be still, the stronger the reaction his body developed. Standing there and not moving seemed to be more tiring than a fight to the death. Dragon Lady looked at the near-petrified Hansen, who was standing still nearby. She asked Han Yufei, "Does this really work?" "He must do it," Han Yufei seriously said. "It is the only way to survive. God spirits will not let anyone who possesses blue blood go. When the God spirits descend again, it won't be another goon like Shadow God." Chapter 30 20 Sacred Leader Armor in the Dark Zone of the Big Baron Systems. A little beast was in front of the ruins of a holy palace. The beast looked like a cat but didn't look like a cat. It looked like a fox but did not look like a fox. There was also a handsome young boy. How could this happen? "Auntie May? Old Vulture? Where are you guys?" The young man was shouting. He kept searching in the hopes of finding something. The results disappointed him. Aside from a few bloodstains, nothing else remained. Is it Auntie May's blood?" The young man saw the bloodstains on the wall and was shocked. His face turned a little bit pale. Old Cat jumped atop the broken wall. He sniffed it and seriously said, "That is probably her blood. What happened here?" Little Flower gnashed his teeth. He used his hands to touch the bloodstain. The moment his hand touched the blood, some weird power went into the bloodstain. The bloodstain had a weird shadow. It was like time was rewinding. It played back the image of what happened before. It revealed to him a scene that was like a movie. In the video, there was a scene that showed Qinlan murdering Auntie May. Little Flower gnashed his teeth. His lips almost started to bleed with the nibbling. It was a shame the scene showed only Qinlan murdering Auntie May. It did not show anything else. Little Flower moved toward another bloodstain. He put his time and space powers into the bloodstain. He quickly saw Qinlan murdering Old Vulture, the Eyeless Beast and Red Ghost. "I am going to kill him. Old Cat, tell me where he is." Little Flower's eyes had turned red. They looked like they were almost bleeding. "Little Flower, calm down," Old Cat said. "You cannot fight him yet." Little Flower was so angry that it was visible in his eyes. He stared at Old Cat and asked, "Didn't you say I only needed to max out my super gene, and then I could get out of the sanctuaries and quickly level up? Tell me what to do." Old Cat looked glum as he said, "You have just become deified, and that Qinlan is way above true god class. If you want to level up that much in a short amount of time, it will be extremely difficult. There is a way, but it is very grueling and painful." "Tell me what to do," Little Flower confidently said. "No matter what, I am going to exact my revenge." "Fine. I hope that stuff is still here then." Old Cat hesitated a little, but he walked over to the Sacred Hall's ruin. He went over to the statue of Qin Xiu that was broken. Old Cat circled the broken base and walked around it twice. He put out his claws and pressed a button at the bottom. The bottom made a catcha and started moving. It revealed an entrance that led underground. Stone stairs quickly revealed themselves. "Follow me," Old Cat called out to Little Flower as he started descending the stone stairs. Little Flower followed. The stairs did not go on for long. After about 90 feet, they reached the end. An old stone door was at the very end of the stairs. Many weird symbols were carved on the door. The symbols were abstract. It was difficult to tell what they were depicting. You should try to see if you can push open the door, Old Cat said. If what is in there was not taken, I think it can help you a lot. Little Flower reached out his hand and pushed the stone door. With his power, the stone door did not budge. You need to use your sacred body power to push the door open, Old Cat said. The stone door can only be pushed with sacred power. Little Flower nodded. His body blazed with a white flame. The space around them was distorted by the presence of the fire. He placed his hand on top of the stone door. The white fire around his body was like water melting into the stone door symbol. The symbol was dyed white. It released a holy light. Catcha. When the symbols on the stone door lit up, the stone door slowly opened. Little Flower opened it a little. Light seeped through the gap of the ajar door. That light steadily grew stronger. When the stone door was completely opened, Little Flower looked at what was beyond it. He was shocked. Beyond the stone door was an old stone hall. The deepest point of the hall had a black, mysterious set of armor. It was like a statue quietly standing there. Little Flower looked at the black armor and asked, Old Cat, is this what you're talking about? Is it this set of armor? Yes. That armor is the armor sacred leader Qin Xiu wore. It is the strongest treasure in the universe. It has incredible power. You only need to earn its approval. Once you wear it, you have the power to go against the world. Not just Qin Lan, but you could even lay waste to 10 Qin lands. But, Old Cat paused and didn't continue his sentence. But what? Little Flower asked. This armor is something only sacred leader Qin Xiu can wear, Old Cat said. Aside from him, even the highest level of God Spirit could not wear this armor. You have the sacred body, but I do not know if you have its approval. If it does not work, you will be in great danger. I advise you to wait a bit longer. Once you become true God and use your holy body to wear the armor, your chances of success will be much higher. Little Flower looked at the armor and asked, Is there a chance of me succeeding? There is a 50% chance, Old Cat replied. Little Flower walked to the armor and said, That is a high enough percentage to take the risk. I cannot wait much longer. Tell me, how can I wear it? Use your holy body to conquer it, Old Cat said while squinting his eyes. If you get its approval, it will let you wear it. Okay. Little Flower walked in front of the armor. The bright white light was on fire. He stared at the armor and pressed it. Arnboom. When Little Flower's hand touched it, his white light fire started going to the armor. The black armor suddenly turned very bright. It was just like Little Flower's body. It was burning with a white flame. His eyes were shining with a weird light. Little Flower frowned. He felt his body was madly going for the armor. It was like it was being pulled into a bottomless abyss that could never be filled. Pang! The armor suddenly split. It shattered into a bunch of lights. It was headed for Little Flower. It suddenly wrapped around Little Flower's body and created a new set of armor. The new armor was snow white. The white light kept glowing non-stop. Only the eyes were pitch black like ink. It was like a black demon flame was inside it. Ark! Little Flower was wrapped up by the armor. He raised his head and roared to the sky. His short hair grew fast. It grew from his helmet like a black waterfall. Between the gaps of the armor, black demon flames sputtered out. The black and white colors created a startling contrast. Chapter 30 21 Armor appeared. Power flowed through Little Flower's body. The space around him looked twisted. Black and white fire flowed through the destroyed holy hall. It started recovering. It was not just the holy hall. The whole of the darkness that surrounded Sacred had some miraculous changes thanks to that power. The eternal darkness faded away. The broken buildings started to rebuild. No matter whether or not it was a building that was destroyed or one weathered through time, it was all fixed due to that weird power. Sacred was a ruin, but it now reverted to its former glory like in the good old days. It was unbelievable. Not long later, The darkness that covered Sacred was completely gone. The whole of the Big Barren systems recovered with a teeming life force and a spellbinding beauty. Many planets returned to life with life forces again. Broken buildings were renewed. Even the Holy Hall and the statues inside the Holy Hall returned to normal. The only thing that was not fixed was Qin Xiu's statue. Little Flower, who was wearing the armor, was floating in that spot. The flames were now starting to dim. Little Flower, you made it. Old Cat, who was nearby, opened his eyes wide. He looked at Little Flower, who was wearing the armor. He looked excited as he spoke. Did I really become true God class? Little Flower was happy. He clenched his fist and felt the scary power inside him. No, you are not just true God class, Old Cat said. Your body's top is true God class, but the armor gives you a power that exceeds that. Your holy body, combined with the armor, has given you a power that exceeds what a true God class fighter can achieve. Where is Qinlan? I am going to exact vengeance for what he did to Auntie May. Little Flower held his fists tight as he spoke. His eyes looked murderous. He is there. Old Cat stood atop the roof of the Holy Hall. He pulled out a paw and pointed into space. Little Flower looked at Old Cat's paw. He saw the God Palace in space. Is he a God spirit? Which is his God temple? Little Flower's eyes were on fire as he looked at the God temple. He is not a real God spirit, Old Cat said. He is just an obscene traitor of Sacred. Right now he is inside that God Hall. You need to go to the Geno Hall to see him. The Geno Hall, huh? Little Flower stared at the zenith of all the God palaces. His eyes looked full of confidence. The power in his body was wildly surging. Boom. The presence on Little Flower exploded. It was like a bomb blowing into space. His body kept appearing and disappearing. It was like he teleported into God Palace's radius. He was quickly going to the very top Geno Hall and God Palace. The God Palace had been there for a long time. All of the races were used to the God Palace's existence. Creatures always went to God Palaces to make wishes, while powerful creatures went there to challenge a God spirit. A feather had just entered the area of a God Palace. He was wondering which God temple he should go to make a wish. He suddenly saw a white flame that was not too far away. It was headed to the space near him. It was going to the highest tier of the God Palaces. Who is flying that fast? Does that person have a death wish? The feather moaned. He thought the person who looked like a flame was going to the God temple that was at the highest level to make a wish. After all, something like Hansen fighting an annihilation class God spirit had only happened once. The feather quickly noticed that something was wrong. The black and white flame went right past the disaster class and annihilation class God temples. It kept flying high up. He watched as it headed for the Geno Hall that was at the highest point of the God Palace pyramid. What is he doing? The feather was shocked. In the universe, many people saw Little Flower's movements. They were all confused as they looked at him. Sky Palace leader was staring at Little Flower too. His face looked weird. He suddenly moved and teleported into a secret room. He pressed a button and pulled out a drawing from a big bell. He took the scroll out of the secret room and looked at Little Flower's body. He quickly glanced at his scroll. A man clad in armor was on the scroll. That armor was in the form of a man's body. The face was not visible, but just the man standing there made it known that his power was extreme. It was like a king was descending to earth. Sky Palace looked at the armor-clad man in the painting. He then looked at Little Flower flying toward the God Palaces. His face looked very solemn. The armor in the painting was pure black, but Little Flower's armor was pure white. Aside from that, the two of them were exactly the same. They looked like a carbon copy of each other. Palace leader. That person. That armor. Sky Palace's first seat quickly went to Sky Palace leader. He was usually calm, but now he could not make a sentence. Before Sky Palace's first seat finished, a woman's body appeared next to Sky Palace leader. Her face looked just as shocked. She said, "That armor. Is that the one?" It is hard to say. It seems like it, but it is a bit different. Sky Palace leader looked at the armor on the scroll. He again glanced at the God Palace Little Flower was headed toward. He looked very conflicted. It seemed as if he was not very sure. In the universe, many old creatures were watching Little Flower with much shock. Even the people in Blood Legion's palace, such as Human King, looked at Little Flower with surprise. The red-clothed woman opened her umbrella. She walked over to Human King with the red umbrella covering her face. No one was able to see her face. "Master, is that Sacred Leader's armor?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "I don't know." Human King shook his head. The red-clothed woman said, "Based on Han Jinji's prediction, there is less than 12 hours to go. If that really is Sacred Leader's armor and Sacred Leader is not dead, maybe there is a chance to break the Geno Hall. None of it seems to be related to Han Senator. It is a shame you gave out so much holy blood. Now your body is so weak. I am afraid we got tricked by Han Jinji. He obviously wanted to use your holy blood and give it to Han-san for his own benefit." Human King smiled and said, "Maybe not. Even though I do not know if that armor was the one that Sacred Leader wore. Even if it is, the person wearing it cannot be Sacred Leader. It is still unknown as to whether this person can defeat the Geno Hall. Perhaps Han-san might prove useful a little later. Being tricked by him is fine. As long as we can break the Geno Hall, it is all worth it." "Why are you so sure the person inside the armor is not Sacred Leader?" the red-clothed woman asked with confusion. "Did you forget? My blood pulse is very close to Sacred Leader Qinxiu. If that armor was Sacred Leader Qinxiu, I would have felt it." Human King calmly watched as Little Flower flew to the Geno Hall. He went on to say, "Right now, I do not feel a blood connection to that person there. Perhaps he is slightly related to Qinxiu's blood, but it cannot be Qinxiu." As the eyes of countless shocked old antiques watched, Little Flower arrived at the Geno Hall. He landed on the Geno Hall's plaza. Chapter 30:22 The fight in front of the hall. Every race was shocked. Up until now, only Han-san, by King, and a few others had challenged an annihilation-class god spirit. Now someone was going straight to the Geno Hall. People were stunned. Little Flower landed on the Geno Hall plaza. Before he started speaking, a serious and cold god voice sounded in the god hall. "Do you know how bad the crime of humiliating the god hall is?" The scary god spirit door of the Geno Hall opened. Many lamp fires were shining from the interior. A body with a lantern fire walking out. One was not able to see the face, but it was still scary. People would have been scared by just seeing it. Little Flower stared at the shadow of the person who had emerged from the Geno Hall and said, "I did not mean to offend the god spirits, but I have come here for Qinlan. Give me Qinlan, and I will leave." Han-sun, who was on the cold planet, had his eyes open wide. He looked at Little Flower before the Geno Hall. It had been so many years, but he still recognized him. He was certain that was Little Flower. What is Little Flower doing there? Han-sun was in a rush. He knew how scary the Geno God Hall was. An annihilation-class god spirit was fine. They were just very powerful. He had fought with one, and been able to stand a chance. But that guy who called himself a god was mysterious. He was not just powerful. He was more than that one word. Weird. Han Yufei looked at Little Flower standing in the God Hall Plaza. She frowned and said to herself, "Sacred Leader's armor is still here. Why did it turn into that?" Upon hearing that, Han-sen's body shook while hearing that. "What do you mean? Is Little Flower wearing Qinxiu's armor?" He had a few dire thoughts over what that might mean. Han Yufei was surprised. She looked at Han-sun and asked, "Do you know the person wearing that armor?" "That is my son," Han-sun replied. He quickly asked, "Did you say that armor is Sacred Leader's armor? What is going on?" "Your son." Han Yufei was shocked. She did not answer Han-sen's question. She looked very untrusting as she asked, "Are you sure the person wearing that armor is your son?" After she asked that, she asked another question. "Is he your biological son?" "I am pretty sure that is my biological son," Han-sun said with confidence. "He was taken by Nine Life Cat when he was small. He was taken to the Holy Palace, but I am sure that is now him." Han-sun was not going to get that wrong. That was because they were related, as well as the feeling of that king spirit body. Aside from his son, There was no one else in the universe that would have it. That is quite weird. Your genes mostly came from the crystallizers. As for your son, no matter how he got your genes, he could only be a crystallizer. There is no way he should have been able to wear that armor. Unless, Han Yufei's face looked serious. Unless what? Han Sen could not wait to crack open Han Yufei's head to get answers from in there. That is impossible. Han Yufei shook her head, seemingly denying her initial guess. Just tell me what you wanted to say. Han Sen's heart was in a rush and felt like it was on fire. I am not so sure. If I say it, it will be irresponsible of me. My guess is unlikely to be correct. Let's just wait and see. Han Yufei looked at Han Sen and said, it is pointless to rush things. Even if that is really your son, you cannot go there. Before you can control your blue blood, going to the Geno Hall is like making a death wish. As for this guy who you claim is your son, if he is really wearing Sacred Leader's armor, he might stand a chance. Right now you just need to stay calm. You need to reach the absolute still mode. At that time, if your son is struggling to defeat the god spirits, you might be able to go and save him. Han Sen understood that, but he had been trying to enter absolute still mode for a month. He had failed the entire time. It made his heart feel rushed and burn. He was not able to quiet it down. I must calm down. Han Yufei is right. I must have enough power to sort out this problem. Han Sen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this time, the body had already walked out of the Geno Hall's door. As the person walked out of the door, the Geno Hall door closed. Moment God! The universe finally saw who emerged from the Geno Hall. Han Sen saw it too, but he was not surprised. He once heard God say that the Geno Hall was guarded by 12 Annihilation-class god spirits. Perhaps this was the time when Moment God guarded Geno Hall. Moment God looked as cold as usual. She stood atop the steps of the Geno Hall door. She looked down from a high place at Little Flower and said, whatever the reason is for you to have come, a blasphemy against the God Hall can only result in death. After that, Moment God's arms rose slowly. She pointed a finger at Little Flower. It flickered with some scary light. When the finger was outstretched, a weird wave covered the whole of the god's space. It was like time was frozen. Everything was frozen. Moment God's time-stopping power was something everybody had seen in the previous fight. It was still so unbelievable seeing it again. Seeing Moment God's finger movement was already in front of Little Flower. Everybody thought Little Flower could only take the hit and be rendered unable to fight back. Yet Little Flower was moving even when time stopped. He waved his fist and pointed at Moment God. Pang! A scary white light flame broke Moment God's finger light. It was like an asteroid that was madly going to Moment God. Moment God's face changed. Her body flashed and avoided the punching power. The flaming fist struck the Geno Hall door. It made loud explosion sounds. Although no one was able to hurt the Geno Hall door, the door was shaking non-stop. How is that possible? All the creatures were shocked. Moment God's strength impressed everyone. Now someone had broken the time-stopping power. One punch had managed to break the finger light. Moment God did not dare fight this face-to-face. That was how scary that power was. Who is this guy? He has very scary power. Since when did the universe have an elite like this? Every race of the universe was in complete shock. They were all talking about it. Some old antiques from ancient times had expressions that kept changing. They looked terrible. I do not want to kill. Don't make me go in there. Give me Qinlan. Little Flower was stepping toward the Geno Hall's door. His face looked certain and confident. Moment. Light. Moment Goddess did not answer. A mysterious wave flickered on her body. It was like it pushed a river of time and made the river of time flow faster. The time went by like an arrow. One moment was 1,000 or 100 years. Chapter 30:23 The Holy Ridge. Time quickly flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, but Little Flower did not do anything. It was like time could not leave a mark on him. Moment God's eyes looked very small. She saw Little Flower raise his hands. With 5 fingers open, the river of time flowed back under his hand. Moment God's light power was going backward. Moment God was in the river of time that flowed backward. Her body was affected by time. She started to go from old to young. Holy shit. Who is this guy? He used time power before a time god spirit and suppressed moment God. The whole universe bubbled and boiled in a single moment. The very mighty annihilation class god spirits were suppressed by a creature from the universe in such a ridiculous manner. One found this hard to imagine. To all the old antiques that understood sacred and sacred leader, it was shocking. Their mouths were agape. They screamed out. This is holy body time power. It is sacred leader Qin Xiu inside that armor. Moment God raised her hand and pointed into space. She was barely able to stop her flow inside the river of time. Her face looked ghastly. When Moment God was going to use Moment's end, the door of the Geno Hall opened again. Someone walked out. Moment, you cannot beat him. You should hand him over to me. I will finish the sacred matter. Qinlan had emerged from the Geno Hall with blue flames that strongly blazed. His body looked like a blue crystal. He was very crystallized. He was releasing a weird and powerful presence. Upon hearing him, Moment God frowned. She took her needle back. She flashed back to the Geno Hall's door, but she did not go inside. She decided to watch the fight. It does not matter if you are the real Qin Xiu, Qinlan said with an evil laugh. You will die in my hands today. This world only requires one Qinlan. We don't need Qin Xiu. We don't need an heir to sacred. This rotten stuff should have been abolished a long time ago. You murdered Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others. Little Flower immediately recognized Qinlan. He looked murderous. Qinlan was shocked. He instantly let out an evil laugh and said, It seems as if you are not Qin Xiu. You are just an ignorant dumbass used by Qin Xiu. Whatever. It does not matter who you are since you are going to die quickly. Did you kill Auntie May, Old Vulture, and the others? Little Flower emotionlessly asked again. So what if I did? They were just some useless servants getting in the way. I killed them. So what? Qinlan looked at him with disdain as he spoke. Then pay with your blood. Little Flower was furious. His white fire and flames exploded. His hands were headed for Qinlan. Time was speeding up. Space was concentrating. Qinlan's body was pulled toward Little Flower. Little Flower's hands reached out to almost grab his neck. Holy body time and space power might work on other people, but against me it is a sorry joke, Qinlan said while looking at his opponent in disdain. He ignored the flow of time and concentration of space. He tilted his head and evaded Little Flower's hands. He quickly threw a punch at Little Flower's belly. Pang! Little Flower's other fist had a white flame. It went up to connect with Qinlan's fist. People saw a two-colored shockwave that was white and blue come out from the center point of where their fists collided. The powerful power blasted them both away. You are not bad. I want to see what Qin Xiu taught you, Qinlan coldly said. He turned into a blue light as he sprinted toward Little Flower. Little Flower did not look weak. He battled with Qinlan. Two-colored light that was blue and white kept crashing into each other in front of the Geno Hall. Creatures beneath deified class were not even able to see the light shadows move. Low-level deifieds only saw two lights in the sky hitting each other. Human King sat upon his throne looking at the pair fight with much interest. Interesting, it looks like they both come from Qin Xiu, but their powers are very different. Qinlan's body has a combination of sacred blood genes and god spirit genes. The other one is funnier. He has power like a holy body, but it is not blue blood. This is so weird. Can he break the Geno Hall? The red-clothed woman holding the umbrella said. If it was just that, I do not think so, Human King coldly said. Their powers are very close to Qin Xiu back then. If that was something Qin Xiu himself could not do, how could they do it? It is almost time Han Jinji's prediction will be put to the test, the red-clothed woman coldly said. If he still cannot break the Geno Hall, that means Han Jinji is lying to us again. I will go after him. There is no rush. Let's see what happens first, Human King coldly said. He was holding his jaw as he watched Little Flower and Qinlan fight. Little Flower's time and space power did not seem to work on Qinlan. And Qinlan's power did not seem able to restrict Little Flower's holy body. The two of them were fighting. Time and space were messed up. The sky and ground were falling, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. If you want to die this much, I will gladly oblige your request. Qinlan's body departed the battleground. His blue flame was getting stronger. Both of his eyes were like blue suns. He opened his hands like he was holding the sky. He roared to the sky. With that roar, Qinlan's body's blue flame was like a volcano erupting. Even the armor on his body melted away. It displayed a body that was strong and godly. Within his body, everything was like a blue crystal and clear. Only his spine was a deep blue color. It was like a dragon's spine knife. It was releasing a scary power throughout his body. It made the power inside Qinlan's body keep rising. Qinlan used his hand to rummage through his chest. He pulled out his spine. It was like a weird sword that he held in his hand. Qinxiu thought too highly of himself. He thought I was a failure, but he would have never dreamt that I was able to generate a sacred blood body and combine with a god spirit's genes. I made this holy spine. It is the strongest gene in the universe. It is the strongest blood. I am the one who should be the leader. Qinlan's eyes looked at the holy spine with immense pride. He laughed and said, "You are wearing Qinxiu's armor, so you must be the heir of Qinxiu. Today, I am going to kill you. I am going to completely squash that which Qinxiu placed his hope in Diana. That way, he will never rest in peace in hell. He will regret treating me so poorly." After that, Qinlan raised the holy spine in his hands. In the dark blue weird spine, a strange blue flame was burning. It was like the whole universe was shaking because of that holy spine. The universe was listening to its resonant calling. Chapter 30-24 I'm back. No matter how strong Qinxiu was, he was abandoned by the world. No matter how hard he tried, he could not gain the approval of the world. I am different. I have his power, and I have the genes of God spirits. It makes me the king of the universe. The whole universe will serve me. It was like Qinlan was being answered. The whole universe was resonating with the holy spine. In space, countless numbers of weird powers went to the holy spine. It made the holy spine and Qinlan's power all the more powerful. It was going to break the sky. Little Flower's power was very shocking. Compared to Qinlan's power now, he was suppressed. It was like a commoner versus a giant. There was a big difference. Little Flower looked serious. He did not appear as if he wanted to fall back. His battle spirit was burning. A black and white flame was rising. It fought against that scary suppression. Go to hell. The holy spine in Qinlan's hands finally moved. It was like a sharp sword thrusting toward Little Flower's heart. Little Flower wanted to raise his hands and block that strike, but he suddenly discovered that his body had been locked down by the universe. He was not able to move. All of that only happened in a moment. It did not allow Little Flower to react. The weird spine was thrust into his chest. Even Sacred Leader's armor could not withstand the force of the holy spine. The holy spine pierced through it. What should have come has finally arrived. In an old building upon a mountain, the fortune-telling old man closed his eyes and sighed. Finally, it is starting. Old Cat, in front of the palace, looked very excited. Qinlan was looking insane and ugly. He was excited as he held the holy spine and laughed loudly. So what? Even if it is Qinxiu's armor, so what? Even if you were chosen by Qinxiu, you are not as good as me. I am the only one who can be better than Qinxiu. Qinlan's madness still wasn't finished. His expression suddenly changed. In the next second, his madness and smile turned into ghastly shock. Qinlan was so scared that he screamed. It looked as if he wanted to get rid of the holy spine in his hands, but he looked electrified. He could not get rid of it. Qinlan's power was going into the holy spine. The holy spine, which was in Little Flower's chest, seemed to melt. It turned into a blue fluid as it went into Little Flower's body. No. Impossible. Qinlan's face was severely twisted. He felt wronged, hopeless, scared, helpless, angry, and hateful. Was no matter what he thought, he could not get rid of the holy spine. His body's life force kept heading for the holy spine. He was rapidly growing old. His very handsome and young face was suddenly turning into the face of a middle-aged man. Even his hair was turning white. Moment God's face changed. She gathered up Time God power and tried to strike Han Littleflower. Unfortunately, the Time God power was still quite a way away from Han Littleflower and Qinlan. It was like it was falling into endless space. It could not get close to them. All the creatures in the universe watched as Qinlan started to age. The man who was once an invincible elite had become an old man with white hair, and on his deathbed. His life force was extremely weak. It was like it was hardly there at all. Pang. Qinlan finally got rid of the holy spine. He fell to the floor, but he was so old that he could not even get up anymore. He used his tired, old eyes to look at Han Littleflower. The holy spine had completely melted and become fluid in Littleflower's body. The armor's broken spot was already fully healed. Aside from the two black and white lights, Littleflower had blue power flowing through him. It quickly combined with his body. The armor also looked as if it had been dyed blue. The black armor started to show some weird blue symbols. Boom. A pair of blue wings opened up behind his back. They went all the way into the nothingness. It was like they connected with the very universe. Littleflower's eyes now looked blue. Moments before, they had looked murderous. Now they appeared rather calm. He was even smiling. You are. Cough cough. The dying Qinlan saw his face. His entire body started to shiver and shake. It was like he had discovered something extremely scary. His eyes opened as far as they could go. He could not keep talking. You did a great job. Your work is done here. You did fine. Littleflower looked at Qinlan kindly. It was like some elder who was complimenting a young man. Impossible. Impossible. That is impossible. Qinlan seemed to understand something. All the emotions inside him drove him insane. He tried his best to lift his old body. He wanted to jump at Littleflower, but he fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. He angrily looked at Littleflower. At the same time, his face was drenched with a distinct lack of hope. His hands tried to grab Littleflower, but he ran out of power. His hands just slumped. His eyes were still opened wide. He was not able to close them. My poor child. You do not have to do this. Littleflower sighed. He did not look at Qinlan. He looked at the Geno Hall ahead of him. In Blood Legion's palace, Human King stood got up from his throne. He looked weird as he said, Qinxiu really didn't die. That Qinlan was unfortunate. He thought he had discarded Qinxiu's control a long time ago and destroyed Sacred. He had no idea that was what Qinxiu wanted all along. If he had not entered the Geno Hall and combined his genes with a god spirit to create the Holy Spine, Qinxiu would not have finished evolving. Now he is being repelled by the universe. Who would have thought Sacred's biggest traitor was the key to Qinxiu's rebirth? Qinxiu used a body to be reborn. He has a powerful body and is not repelled by the universe. He is like those god spirits. He has the power of the universe. Very good Qinxiu. Very powerful conspiracy. God. Qinxiu came back. Littleflower looked at the Geno Hall. He smiled and walked toward it. Moment God wished to attack, but there was suddenly a loud booming noise. It was followed by the Geno Hall's door opening. A hand touched her shoulder. She was unable to go out. God. Mister. Moment God turned and looked at the body that was touching her shoulder. She immediately bowed. Go back. Go back to your God temple. God patted Moment Goddess's shoulder and warmly smiled. Moment God politely bowed and ran back to her Moment God temple. The entire universe could see the body that had come out of the Geno Hall was the shape of a lady, but it did not have any power. It was unknown why Moment God was being so nice to her. Lone Bamboo saw the lady's face. When he did, he was so shocked that he screamed, "Waner!" Chapter 30-25 So many crimes and no regret. Lone Bamboo drew his sword. He was going into the sky. There was a sudden movement in space. A powerful Bysema trapped the area. Lone Bamboo tried slashing the Bysema. Since there were light shadows, the strike was unable to break the barrier. Teacher, let me out. I need to bring Wanner back. Lone Bamboo looked confident as he spoke. Sky Palace leader's voice echoed through the Bysema. Everything will turn into nothing in the end. If you can understand the true meaning of the textless book, you can make that Bysema fall. Wanner, Lone Bamboo was as angry as a wild flame. He kept striking the Bysema, but the Bysema looked as if it could absorb any power thrown at it. Lone Bamboo's strong sword was unable to break the Bysema at all. In front of the Geno Hall, Qin Xiu calmly looked at God. In his eyes, the appearance and body were not important. He could see that it was God. God, the reason I lost before was because of this world restraining me, Qin Xiu coldly said. Now my body has earned the approval of this world. You and I are on the same level now. It is time to bring this to an end. God stood before the Geno Hall. He calmly looked at Qin Xiu and said, You have already lost. Oh. Then, you must tell me where and how I lost. Qin Xiu looked at God with interest. God smiled and said, I still remember that proud sacred leader Qin Xiu once saying he would become the leader of the world, even if he had to go against the whole world. Now, you have given in to the world. You might be able to beat me, but you have already lost. Qin Xiu seriously said, Yes. I have already lost. I wanted to use the origin of genes to make genes that were greater than the genes of the gods. That way, I could be on top of the world. In the end though, I lost. That was almost impossible. So I took a step back. I used my body to combine with God genes. I am half human and half God. I can keep my power and be accepted by the world. Even as he spoke, Qin Xiu's eyes had yet to move. He still looked confident as he said, None of that matters anymore. Even if I were to use all the bad methods of the world, and even though I am hated by all creatures, it is just this body that is lost. All of that does not matter as long as I can fulfill my wish. Even if I turn to dust, it will have been worth it. God asked, Would you let others suffer for your own benefit? Is that truly worth it? I don't mind having 1,000 crimes on me because my mind is stalwart. Qin Xiu's heart was as strong as steel. His mind would not be changed. He walked toward the Geno Hall. With each footstep, it was like the whole sky and the world was suppressing the god palaces. In the god palaces that never broke, countless cracks were developing. The god temples in the bottom cracked first. Some of the smaller temples fell away from the god palace collective. The god palaces are starting to fall. This really is sacred leader Qin Xiu. Human King looked at the sky with much excitement. Han Jinji's prophecy came true, the red-clothed woman said. Her voice trembled with sheer excitement. Seeing Qin Xiu walk to the Geno Hall, the god palaces beneath his feet kept cracking and breaking. He looked like a big dragon cracking the god palaces. The god palaces kept breaking. It was like the end of the world. God stood in front of the Geno Hall. He did not do anything. His body was glowing with serious holy light as he fought against Qin Xiu's power. God's power could not stop Qin Xiu's approach. He only made his approach slower. Qin Xiu kept walking as he said, In this world, there are not many people I admire. You are one of them, but it is a shame you are bound by rules. What you can accomplish is limited. I exist beyond those rules now. I am not bound. I can do anything. We can tell who will win. Even you will lose today. The god palaces fell, but God was still calm as he said, I do not think so. You cannot make something out of nothing. There must be rules, and rules breed possibilities. If everything was nothing, then nothing would exist. There would not be you and I. Things were always meant to be, and it cannot be forced. The world is not fair. What do we need it for? If this world really required rules, then it should be me who decides them. Qin Xiu's eyes possessed God light. The black and white flames grew brighter. The blue pattern on the armor was glowing with a blue light. It was like they were coming alive. Boom, boom, boom. While Qin Xiu was suppressing the god palaces, more and more cracks developed. Although God tried his best to protect the Geno Hall, his power did not really do much to affect Qin Xiu. Under Qin Xiu's suppression, his mouth was bleeding. Qin Xiu kept walking forward as he said, Your god body is limited by rules. You cannot fight me. You can only use your body to descend. But your body is too weak. Still, you must have selected this girl for a reason. Why don't you tell me what it is? Her name is Wanner, God said. Qin Xiu's body froze when he heard that name. He stopped walking. His eyes looked complicated for a brief moment, and became clear again. He looked at God and said, "This Wanner is not the same Wanner I used to have. If you think you can use her to stop me, I must inform you that you are incorrect." After that, Qin Xiu walked forward again. He and God's powers were in constant collision. It made the God palaces fall like mad. Many God temples kept splitting away and flying into space. The entire construct of the God palaces was falling apart. Most of the God temples below were all scattered. "No, I just wanted to tell you that you are not the only one in this world with a family," God said. "So what? Even if the world has countless creatures, to me, there is only one person." Qin Xiu's determination could not be faltered. He continued slowly walking toward the God palaces. The indestructible Geno Hall was shaking. Inside the God palace, every race's race lantern was shining extremely bright. They helped God fight against Qin Xiu. Boom, boom, boom. The sky and ground were changing a lot. One annihilation-class God temple fell away from the God palaces. It drifted into the void of space. A sky full of races was incredibly shocked. When the God palaces were falling, everywhere in the universe suffered a disaster. There were floods all over and volcanoes erupting. In space, magnetic storms were raging. Streams were messed up everywhere. It was like the end of the world. On the cold planet, Han Sen's eyes were burning with fire. His body kept shaking. He knew Little Flower was inside the armor, but Qin Xiu's power was controlling it. It was like Wanner being possessed by God. It was still Little Flower, but another power had taken control of him. If he was able to repel the power, he could save Little Flower. But Han Sen was still unable to learn how to be absolutely still. He had not yet learned to control the blue blood power. "I cannot wait any longer. Little Flower is suppressed now, but Qin Xiu's power will only become stronger. Little Flower might be defeated on the inside." Han Sen knew he was running out of time. He had to take a risk. He cast Blood Pulse Sutra and activated the blue blood power inside him. Chapter 30:26 Reverse Bloodline. Han Jinji gave Han Sen Geno fluid. It could make the blue blood calm down. Now Han Sen had started his Blood Pulse Sutra. It made his blue blood power explode. Almost at the exact same time, Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo revealed itself again. "What are you doing?" Han Yufei asked with a frown. "Do not be reckless. Your power is not yet sufficient enough to harness the blue blood. Even if you force the blue blood power, do you really think you can defeat someone who has blue blood as a birthright?" Han Sen knew Han Yufei was right. It did not matter if it was him or Human King, but the blue blood power originated from Qin Xiu. Using blue blood power before Qin Xiu was like waving a knife before Guan Yu. Han Sen had no other choice. He could not watch Little Flower be defeated. That was his son. It was his family, and his family was very important. Now, it was not a mathematical question. There was no correct answer. There were some things that just had to be done, and they had to be done no matter what. When Blood Pulse Sutra was cast, the blue blood genes and 9-life cat tattoo power exploded. It made the Blood Pulse Sutra quickly spin. It was on the brink of losing control. At this time, Han Sen's presence suddenly changed. All his blood air went in reverse. It was going in the opposite direction of Blood Pulse Sutra. This was the Geno art that was Blood Pulse Sutra in reverse. It was called the Xian Yellow Sutra. Han Sen did not dare use Blood Pulse Sutra because he did not know what might happen if he used it. After all, his body was controlled by the blue blood and 9-life cat power. The status of his body was too precarious. If the blood was reversed and made the 3 powers collide, it might mess up his body. Han Sen did not care about that at this moment. Pure blue blood power could not defeat Qin Xiu. He could not save Little Flower. As long as there was hope, Han Sen had to try. When the blood air reversed, the blue blood power went in reverse too. When it went in reverse, that weird blue color started to look light. It was turning into a red color. The 9-life cat tattoo was becoming brighter and brighter. It was like it was being buffed by a god power. It turned into a god light that covered Hansen's body. How could this happen? Does this mean 9-life cat power is the power to reverse the blood pull sutra? Hansen felt the 9-life cat tattoo burn on his back. His power was getting stronger. The blue blood had almost completely turned into red blood. Suddenly, a shadow stepped across the heavy snow and quickly walked next to Hans. Senator Hansen saw the shadow. His eyes looked cold in response. He stared at the shadow and asked, "Do you dare show yourself in front of me?" 9-life cat. Han Yufei looked shocked too. She had heard 9-life cat was still alive, but seeing him now was still a surprise. After all, she had watched 9-life cat die. She was not able to bring people back to life. She had only worked as a researcher to inspect 9-life cat. She wanted to know what method Qin Xiu used to revive 9-life cat. "I am so sorry for what I did to the Han family, and I am so sorry about Little Flower. If you want to kill me, you are free to do it now." Old cat walked toward Hansen slowly. He looked very calm. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Hansen clenched his fists. He threw a punch toward old cat, who was less than 9 feet away. Pang! The punch was not buffed with Geno arts, but the strength of Hansen's body made the punch twist old cat's face. The cat flew away and hit an icy mountain. The icy mountain collapsed. Old cat quickly scrambled out from the broken ice. He was bleeding from his mouth, yet his face was still very calm. He walked back to Hansen and said, "Everyone knows I am one of the 4 holy beasts of sacred." They did not know that the 4 holy beasts were just test subjects. At the end of the day, I was the one that suffered the most. I died, but Qin Xiu brought me back from hell. I have been unable to escape the sad fate of being controlled by him. If things are like that, why do you insist on hurting Little Flower? Hansen looked at the cat coldly. His fists were still clenched. He was on the brink of striking once again. Old cat shook his head. Even if I had not selected Little Flower, some other human would have been chosen. That person would have had to have been from the Han family. I chose Little Flower, but I left the Han family a hope. That is what I wanted. What do you mean? Hansen asked with a frown. Other people don't know it, but I do. Little Flower's blood comes from you. Although I know his blood is not perfect, your other child Linger has perfect blood. Do you know why I did not take Linger and only took Little Flower? Old cat got about 30 feet away from Hansen and stopped. That is because Linger was born too late, Hansen coldly said with a grunt. You cannot swap people because Qin Xiu could not afford to wait that long. Old cat shook his head. If Qin Xiu saw Linger, I am afraid he would be willing to wait 10 million years. But it has only been a few years. After pausing, old cat went on to say, Little Flower's gene blood is good, but it is not perfect. Qin Xiu used his body to be reborn. That means he has flaws. If he has flaws, then we have a chance. This is our final chance. Hansen did not believe a word that came out of old cat's mouth. He coldly said, if you did not give Little Flower to him, he would not have been reborn in the first place. That is because you don't know Qin Xiu, old cat said. If he wants something done, he'll have a number of backup plans. Even if I did not bring him Little Flower, he would have found a way to get what he wanted. If we had to wait for him to get a perfect body, we might as well have given him a body that was close to perfect. It was something that seemed perfect, and he fell for it. Did you think I would believe you? Hansen coldly looked at old cat. I do not need you to believe me, old cat said with a laugh. You just need to follow your own will to do it. My will is to kill you and Qin Xiu, Hansen said as he stared at old cat. Old cat smiled even more. You can achieve the second wish, but the first wish is something I can do for you. After that, old cat's body possessed a red flame. When one looked closer, it was not fire. It was a life force leaving his body. Hansen and Han Yufei were shocked. They did not know what he wanted to do. Pulling his life force away like that was self-harm. It was more painful than being skinned alive. Chapter 30 27 Change of plans. Old Cat's body was excreting a life force. It was like it was being pulled away with a magnet. It was going toward Hansen's body. Quickly, it went into the reverse blood pulse sutra. It became a part of the Xian Yellow Sutra. It made Hansen's body more powerful. Why are you doing this? Hansen looked at the life force, which was almost completely out of the animal. He noticed Old Cat's body was looking to be in very poor shape. His face started to look weird. Old Cat's face was incredibly calm. He said, I died because of the Holy Spirit tests. Qin Xiu used his gene blood to revive me. Through that, I became his puppet. All these years, I have been fighting the blue blood, but I have never been able to shed control of the blue blood. Although I discovered the reverse blue blood skill, I was still never able to completely control it. Then, I understood I had died a long time ago. My soul was broken. Qin Xiu was fixing my soul. He put his soul in me. No matter what, I was never able to escape his control. But I invented a blue blood reversal skill. It can restrict his blue blood. I was going to give it to Linger because only Linger could have the perfect body required. That way, she could beat Qin Xiu. After saying all this, Old Cat started to look strange. To be honest, you and Human King are the same. You captured my attention a long time ago. In the end, I did not choose you because I did not think you guys were perfect enough. You all had flaws and could not be the one who could defeat Qin Xiu. The fire in Old Cat's blood was going dim. His life force was going to be gone very soon. Old Cat's face looked very dim. I am so sorry, little flower. He treated me like family, but I pushed him to hell. Dying will not be enough to redeem my sins, but I will still give my life to you. Use my life. Beat Qin Xiu and save Little Flower. I know it will be difficult, but I have faith you will be able to do this. After that, Old Cat raised his hand and looked at Qin Xiu and Little Flower. His expression looked complicated. He looked guilty, and he looked as if he was longing for something. He also looked determined. Little Flower will believe you have what it takes too, Old Cat said. The blood light started to shine. It was like the last effort of a waning sun. The blood flames from his body all went into Han Senator. The blood fire was like it was rewinding. It went dim after becoming so bright. It turned to ash. When the wind blew, it was gone. Han Sun was conflicted. He did not know what he was feeling. He hated Old Cat, who had fractured his family and made Little Flower become Qin Xiu's new host. Now, Han Sun could not really harbor any more animosity toward him. Although Old Cat did not say it, Han Sun knew what he meant. Old Cat was going to wait until Linger grew up, and allow Linger to get his blood for beating the imperfect Qin Xiu. If they waited, Little Flower would have had no chance of being saved. Thus, Old Cat gave up his own life. He ultimately selected Han Sun, the one he did not have much hope in. Indiana. It was not because Han Sun's power touched him. It was because Old Cat did not want to see Little Flower be defeated. He changed his plans. He used his life. He used his hope. He used his hatred and love for Han Sun, the one he did not want to pick. Even without your life, I can still save Little Flower. Why don't you just rest in peace? Han Sun looked at the sky. The 9-life cat light was glowing on his back. His body had red blood boiling and roaring. An incredible power gathered inside him. The 9-life cat tattoo was lively. The light broke away and became dots of light that entered Han Sun's body. The blood tattoo dimmed. It melted into the stream of the Xian Yellow Sutra. The god palaces were falling. Many god temples were breaking. The whole universe was in chaos. All the races were suffering a disaster. No one in the universe could find a clear patch of soil. Boom. The god temples that had yet to fall away from the god palaces were glowing. It looked like an erupting volcano. It was like god spirits were coming out from the god temples. At this time God said, all the god spirits should maintain their position. They cannot leave. The god palaces can break, but the base of the universe cannot. I am willing to live and die with you. Among the many crying sounds, a godly voice called out from various god temples. It shocked the sky, which was full of everything falling apart. God smiled, but then his body suddenly turned soft. The shadow of a man's holy body appeared. He was holding a passed-out Wanner. The responsibility is in front of me. Other things do not matter. While God was talking, his holy light glowed. His light shone on the entirety of the god palaces, which were cracking. All of the god temples were separated from the Geno Hall. They were scattering into the universe. The god palaces only had the Geno Hall left. In the past my boy was out there, and you could defeat me, Qinxiu said with a sigh. Now my body is in here, so you cannot do a thing. You are very sad. Are these the rules you seek to protect? God laughed. He pushed his hand. Wana was wrapped up by holy light. She flew away from the Geno Hall, heading toward Sky Palace. After all this, God looked at Qinxiu and said, "Not bad. This is the rule I will keep. I will keep protecting it." "Sorry, but I must break your rules." Qinxiu looked serious. He stood in front of God. The two of them were 3 feet away from each other. They stared at each other. A scary power kept colliding between them. Boom, boom, boom. The whole of the Geno Hall shook like mad. It moved the spot they were at, which started to fall. Suddenly, the whole universe's base had space cracks and turbulence. Disasters were happening everywhere like it was the end of the world. "The Geno Hall is going to fall," Human King said with excitement. Most creatures around the universe were crying. Many creatures were affected by ongoing disasters. They wanted to survive amidst the carnage, but most were consumed by it. Mountains were breaking. Rivers were flooding. The sun and the moon were reversed. It was like the world was going to break. Damn it. The Geno Hall has such a profound connection with the universe. We cannot allow him to break the Geno Hall. Sky Palace leader broke space. He wanted to go to the Geno Hall, but he had just gone before when he tried throwing a punch at Qinxiu. The Geno Hall glowed with a god light. A strange power blasted Sky Palace leader away. The Geno Hall's power was protecting it from someone who wanted to see it destroyed. Many elites had the same idea as Sky Palace leader, but they were stopped. Their entry to the Geno Hall was forbidden. No one was able to go in. They were stopped by the Geno Hall's power. Their attacks affected the Geno Hall, which made it fall faster. When all of those scary elites were at a loss with what to do, a flame that looked like blood burst out. It was not repelled by the Geno Hall's Bysema. It went straight into the Geno Hall's proximity. It landed on the Geno Hall Plaza. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.